And if you could quickly outside to get your name, that would be great. And go to the board.
I have it ready for the. No.
Where's the bag? Bag. That was it. Oh, it's there.
Maybe so for doing one person, don't get too coffee. Want to do the meeting? Just try mute myself. But it's
like you just have to doesn't make it up to Then we have Lugano. Yeah.
Lugano. I bring
We're going to tour. Next problem is. Hier sind noch welche, aber ich weiß nicht, da noch schnell. Was geht auch noch mehr? Esther hat vielleicht.
Yes. I'm preparing my book. I'm preparing other stuff. Where's your name? Where's your name? What's the name? That's not. Oh, no, no, no. I mean, what? No, no, no. One. Let it like that. This. Anyone else has problem with the name task? Are your names all right? These two, please. Este trabajo no está fácil, entonces solo estoy aquí y medio de él, estoy rechazando eso. Vamos. Estoy en el primer creo que no puedo. Voy a buscar su piso de ahí, pero bueno. Creo que se me olvidó el sombrero. Lo parece igual. No, no, casa, pero no sé qué tenga que volver a de pronto ahorita. Pues question.
You need to pick, but can you pick inside?
Tjena, tjena, god morgon.
Yeah, I hear voices. So
You hear voices. Okay, fantastic.
You shouldn't win to adult intelligence.
Yeah, I need to.
Oliver is not here. Can anyone of you?
Are they in the room?
Hi. Oh yeah, I'll start my video. Hi. I don't hear you right now, but my computer is connected. Do you hear me? Okay, my computer is connected to the sound system, so normally when you talk, we'll hear you right away. But we can do a first test first. Could you maybe try and speak?
Morning.
No.
Hello?
No. Okay, so it's not working.
Sorry? Yeah, here. Oh, they're on Zoom. Okay. I mean.
Which audio do you need to be
The same one as before. Do you know like my computer is connected. Yeah.
The combination of
Yeah. Why are you not coming from your computer? Oh wait. Maybe it's my computer. Wait, I still need to. The sound system. I don't know if they're. But I've played something just in case, but I don't care.
Yeah, they're pretty big. I have like
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, that was my music.
Yeah.
Was-
So we just checked that the sound. And it should be pretty loud. From what I understand.
Yeah. Wait, can you send me? Wait. Wait, should I start? Thank you. Welcome everyone. We'll start quite soon because we're used to minutes. Is it okay?
If you are going to
He needs to mute, I don't.
Welcome everyone to the assembly. So welcome everyone to the NA in Luzern. I hope you're all excited to be here. We very much are. So the agenda has already been, I mean, we're not respecting it. But we'll start out right away with the welcome speech by Yas, and then we'll continue on with this speech from the IB members, and then start with the rules of the game so that all the newcomers to National Assembly can understand what's going on when everyone raises their hands.
Okay. Turn the whole thing. Yeah, I know, but I mean, they need to see they don't need to see me. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Okay, this is very high. I hope you're all doing well, that you slept well, that you recovered from yesterday. I'm looking at some of you. I know, yeah, I'm not pointing fingers. But yeah, it's so lovely to see so many of you here. This place brings back a lot of memories. This is the first place that I did my assembly when I joined the national level. So it's quite nice to be there again. And I also want to welcome the international guests that we have here. We have quite a lot of them, so it's really cool. And actually, I just wanted to, like, I realized yesterday that we haven't seen each other in the past 5 months, like altogether. So I just wanted to highlight maybe some few things that happened, because these past few months have been quite eventful. Two maybe saddening things that I still want to bring up again and again. But as you may know, in the past month, we sadly witnessed earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. Were very devastating. Also, February 2023 marked 1 year since the Ukrainian invasion, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I just wanted to highlight also that in these times, this is where you see kind of the power of ESN, that we learn how to help each other out in those darkest times. We try to lift each other up. And this is exactly what I want at this assembly. We're here for each other. We're here to help each other, lift each other up. And at this assembly, we're going to welcome a new generation of the national level, hopefully. This is quite extraordinary for me, because I've been here for too long, and I think it's time for me to to give back this role to a new generation that hopefully will do great things. And I want you to enjoy it, to go to people, talk to them. These assemblies are essential to build this feeling of family within the network, and I think it's it's really necessary that you go out there, talk to your neighbor, talk to the person on the other end of the room. We're all here to have fun, learn from each other, and also pick the best national level to represent you in the coming year. So yeah, I wish you all a great assembly, and yeah, great things to happen, I hope. Down there. Yeah,
You can strut.
Good morning. Is it hearable, or do you have us?
No, I can hear. No.
Can you hear, or we speak? We speak. We try. Check. Check 1, 2. Swiss NA. Swiss chocolate. Imagine that. Perfect cheese.
Oh, yeah,
Amazing tray. Fantastic chocolate. Amazing. I think they're hearing. Or no.
I don't think so.
It's.
No.
We are talking very random things. If you are hearing, it's funny. Just as a test, we are saying that perfect cheese, perfect chocolate, amazing mount. Okay, you are hearing. Nice.
So the chocolate worked.
Yes, chocolate worked. So can we start? Can you do this if it's good? Oh, amazing, amazing. Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Such a fantastic view from here. All of you, future of ESN Switzerland, and I'm seeing very, very, very bright future there. We are here today to witness this moment, your National Assembly, your hopes about ESN, and your enthusiasm about this exchange programs. I'm very much happy that we are getting this kind of invitations to engage with you, maybe witness this moment. After my elections, Elena have invited me to your BFC meeting, physical. First invitation was into Switzerland again. This is a very special country for me that I did my first speech as an IB member to Switzerland. I hope you are having amazing time there. I'm seeing some international guests there. Take care of them. They are always contributing to your country. They are always giving their insights as well. I hope you will have amazing weekend with new board members elected, and they will be conducting your future. I'm wishing you best of luck and best of fun.
Very nice, Iber. Okay, good morning, beautiful people. So also from my side, hello. It is very nice that we can be here at least with you for the opening. We do hope that you will have a great weekend full of discussions, full of fruitful discussions, especially when it comes to the elections. We are very much looking forward to meeting the new members of the national level of ESN Switzerland. But we also hope that you will get the chance to engage with the fellow members and network as much as possible. We noticed that you have some international guests there. Hello to the Netherlands, at least. Yeah. And yeah, we just wanted to say that we are very much looking forward to seeing you. Unfortunately, we couldn't be there this weekend physically, but as you know, we are trying to make sure that EGM Bucharest is a success. So we will see you here in Romania in just a few weeks, and we are very, very excited for you to be with all of us. So thanks a lot. Enjoy the day, and we will see each other soon.
Yeah, but okay.
If you allow us, should we go or should we stay for a question round or what's happening now?
We go. We go.
Okay, we go. Fantastic.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for help. So like I said, there are a few rules. This will be mostly presentations, question and answers, but there are some gestures that you can follow throughout the National Assembly that will help understand whichever point you're trying to make or with whatever question you would want to ask. So when you raise one hand, that would be for a question on a presentation that's been done or on a speech that has been given. If you raise two fingers, that's for a reaction to something that has been said. So that would mean that if someone's doing a presentation and you have two hands, you would go in front of the speakers list, so you can react directly to it and not wait until the end of the speakers list. Finally, there's a raise one finger, and that's for procedural comments. So let's say we're not doing a good job at technical problems, then you can say, procedural comments, we don't hear you, or the audio is not that good, or you're doing shit. So for every presentation will be added to speakers list. You just raise your hand, and then we'll add you to speakers list that will show on normally. And then from then on, we can, well, this will be during the presentations, but you could align yourselves in order of questions, and then from there you can ask questions directly, and so we don't lose time between each question. And then please wait for the CT to call your name. The CT is us. We'll present ourselves afterwards. Finally, not finally, but other gestures. So for the new people who don't know what this is all about, this is applauding basically without making any sound. So if you agree with something, or if you want to show your content with something that has been said, you can just do the jazz hands, and then that's yeah, exactly like that. And then finally, to ask for silence, that's raising both hands. So that means that we're waiting for the silence to be met inside the room, and then we can continue on with the questions and presentations. Very important. When you speak, we have to write everything that you say, and we have to also write who's speaking. So when you have a question, you have to state your name and state your section. And if you don't do it, I will interrupt you and ask you to do it. Be clear and concise in your questions. So if you do have questions, maybe mark them down if you feel like you won't follow your question orally. And it should be like maximum of 5-second question, and it should be explain how you got to the question. One question at a time per person. So if you have another question, that'll be it'll be added again to the speakers list. And if you want to add something to the answer, you have to ask, yeah, so that's the speakers list. This is very new for some of you. It's still new for me. I didn't know it. I mean, it's hard to get it in mind. So we wrote on the board right there, the gestures for the hands. So that means that, I mean, if you're confused about anything, you can just look at the board. Simon drew very well. And so you can follow this for the, is it correct? Yeah. ESN is all about respect and inclusivity. So please be respectful towards each other when you ask questions and when you react to something, because we're not here to have personal conflicts, but more conflicts of ideas and not direct in person. So this is very, very important. You have to respect each other. Please remember speaking English. We know that Switzerland is a very diverse country, but it'd be a shame if not everyone is included. So English is the language spoken. And so there's also inclusive language to be taken into account. So use inclusive generalizations like people, spoke, listeners, or everyone instead of hello guys, for example. And then, yeah, when talking about hypothetical person, please say instead of she or he. And the code of conduct is also, if you have any problems, you can just ask a member of the OC or the NL, or someone else you feel comfortable with, and then we can continue from there on. Voting rules. So we're around 15 in the room, but we only be having a maximum of 13 votes, because one section is not here, and that is ESN. Simple majority unless otherwise stated. So that means that the more numbers of yeses, I mean, if there's more yeses than no's, then that's or abstains, then that's how it goes. And then there's a secret vote if it's personal vote. So since this is an elective NA, we're going to vote for the new national board for next mandate. So we won't know what each section voted for who each section voted for. Whereas the votes for the amendments or the agreement of the agenda, that's everyone knows who voted for what. Code of conduct. This is what I said before. Okay. So finally, point of contact. If you have a problem, you can ask Laura. This is her. You can find her on Telegram, or you can ask me. I'm also on Telegram under name Joe Rubaki. Don't ask. Okay.
we'll introduce ourselves now. So I'll just stand up for this. So this is me. I'm currently doing a master's in mechanical engineering at EPFL in Luzern. And I've joined ESN a year and a half ago. And so I was active member, then I started being webmaster, which is the greatest role ever. And then I became local president a year after. Fun facts about myself, I have moved country every 3 or 4 years in average. So I've lived in 7 countries since I was born, basically. I also sneeze like Donald Duck. That's something that the members of my local section say. How to win me over? I've discovered bubbles during the NA1 in Lausanne, and I'm a big fan of them. I really like cookies as well. So if you want to bake me cookies, you can. And then I have a big fond of Mate, on which a fan fiction has been written on me in my local section. I guess if you want that, you can ask Walid over there. He's our fan fiction author. Yeah. Oh, and that's a picture of me and my brothers. I really love this picture because I love my brothers. So this is I just wanted to put that there.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to be your vice chair. So name and section, please, because otherwise I'm not going to have a fun time. Yeah, basically, now it looks so sad, the looking for work, but I'm working on it. Don't worry. Yeah, for now, I'm still the ESN Lugano vice president. Okay, this is not updated because I'm not the biggest ABBA fan. No, what I wrote is I'm a photosynthesis person, meaning as soon as there's sun, I can go all weekend long. Sun is enough. I don't need sleep. Yeah, I can crack my fingers. Yeah, I will not make you hear it, but I can crack like all parts of my body indefinitely. Win me over is not really complicated. As a good German, food, beers, and also the random animal facts. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. Love you all.
So I'm Simon. I'm a last-minute technical chair, and as some of the Lausanne folks know, I'm a big fan for seats. So if you ever host seats, I'm down for it. Yeah, and been a member of ESN for like 8 months or so, and already last-minute technical chair. Yeah.
So now we can introduce the OC. So they organize everything. So the venues and the parties and the social programs. Do you want to maybe have a introductory speech? You can clap.
Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome to Luzern. We are not a big city, but we are a big team with big hearts. So welcome, everyone. If you want to exchange your beers for non-alcoholic beers, go to see a psychiatrist. We are not doing that here. Or you say no to the beers. You have a survival guide. Every link to every place that we are visiting is there. Don't get lost, please. We work on that. Leotrin and me work really hard on that. And welcome. We are really glad that you are here, and we have a big team that you are going to be meeting during this weekend. So give us love, start talking with us, and you're going to have a lot of fun with us. Anything else that I'm missing? No. Thank you very much. You're going to meet us later.
So to know if you've understood the rules of the game, we'll do a small quorum check. So the main question is, have you ever been to Disneyland? So yeah, go ahead. Okay. I have the right definition now. Quorum check is to check if every single section is here, or every single section has a delegate from their local section. So if one of them is not here, then we just continue on without them. But this is, so we have a question to this morning and a question tomorrow morning, and this is just to check if you've actually woken up or not. So have you ever been to Disneyland? The answers can be given are yes, no, abstain. Those that would want to vote yes, please raise your cards. Please rate your voting devices, sorry. That's coming. Those in favor of the no, please raise your voting devices. For those that were yes, you can drop them. Four. Oh, five. Those for abstain, please rate your votes. How can you not abstain? Trevor B. Oh, you'll have to. So in order to not lose time on this, we won't be the ones counting. So we have to like scrutinizers, and these are people in the crowd. So we will need 2 scrutinizers to count all the voting devices that are being lifted when that's the case. Is there any?
These 2 people should be there also tomorrow, and they cannot hold a vote. So please, everyone that has a voting device, don't sign up for this job.
Basically, their role would just to count in front of everyone. That's not that hard. Is anyone willing to scrutinize for the NECO? Yeah, Gavin? Yeah, okay. And then do you need, can we have someone else? Okay, Vulcan, great. Please come to the front so we can see your faces and then vote on you guys. Vote on you people. Sorry?
That's why
thank you for coming up. Okay. Thank you for coming up. So we have to vote on this as well. Those in favors of the yes or the yes response, please vote. Raise your voting devices. 13 yeses. Please, please put down your voting devices. Seeing that everyone has voted, the no and abstain don't have any votes. So Gavin and Vulcan are the scrutinizers for this assembly. We can applaud them. Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah, there's some votes coming up, so I can tell you when to go back. Okay. I guess I have here. Oh, okay. Oh, I shouldn't. So we have to vote for the agenda as well. So there has been tweaks that have been made since we initially started, but these are very minor. We changed the presentation slot orders for the second slot of presentations for the national candidates. Education youth officer is coming last, communication and manager and project manager are coming first. And then we've also taken away, we're not Okay. The NR presentation from Youssef is not taken into account, so we have more time. That time that was needed for his presentation, so now allocated to a buffer time that we have in case we go over time. So we have to now vote for this. Do you approve the agenda? The answers are yes, no, or abstain. Those who are in agreement, please rate your vote. Please raise your voting devices. Scrutinize. Those for no, you can rate. You can put down your card. Those for no. Those for abstaining. Thank you very much. With 13 yeses, the agenda is voted in. Thank you very much. Next vote is for us. Do you approve us? Those in favor, please rate your voting devices now. Oh. Those you can put down your voting devices. But those that are not in favor, please please raise your voting devices. You can put that back down. Zero abstains. With 12 yeses, we are approved. Thank you very much. This is for the approval of the minutes of anyone in Lausanne. So there was a vice chair back in that National Assembly who had taken all the notes for the National Assembly, and so we have to approve on the minutes on this one. Laura has something to say about this.
So there is actually one mistake in this minute, and that is that it stated that we withdraw the application for the OC of NA2, but it was for the OC of NEC. We are going to change that. So yeah, but it's in the document that you got, it's not correct right now. And Axel? Well, I checked the live stream. In the live stream, you cannot really hear if it's, you know that you abstained. Okay, then we are going to change this as well. And also one more thing is that actually from our lovely advisory council, Lucas, the name is written with C and K a couple of times, but I mean, this is a minor thing in the minutes of NA, of the last NA. I'm also going to correct that afterwards. I didn't see that when I double checked it. So these more or less three things we are going to check and to correct. And I will send out the link of the new document again, but we can already vote on this.
Those in favor of the minutes of anyone in Lausanne, please raise your voting devices. If you read them, most probably didn't. Please raise your voting devices high. How much? Please put down your voting devices. Those not in favor, please raise your voting devices. You can put them down. Those abstaining. With majority of yeses.
Mine was also greater. Then leave it at no.
Okay. If the majority is still yes, so the minutes of anyone is in Lausanne are improved. And finally, this is for the approval of the SO amendment. So this is for the dismissal and suspension of, I guess, Laura, do you want to talk for her? Okay, Laura's coming back up. She'll explain more in detail what this is about.
Yes, so to actually suspend an NB member, we wrote a new article in the standing orders, which is article or a part of Article 11. Article 11 is now divided in dismissal and suspension. And we checked before we did, or when we did that, we checked already with the president if they are okay with this. This gives now the NB the power to suspend a board member for a certain period, but we have to state why we do suspend this person within 1 week. And then what we did now as well is to have an extraordinary NA where the NA is actually confirming the suspension into a dismissal. But we need we just need to have this approved again. So no, otherwise, I'm saying otherwise. So the NB can do changes to the standing orders with on their own, but we need to get them approved again by the NA. And this is why we do this vote now.
Thank you very much. Those in favor of approving the amendment of Article 11, dismissal and suspension for the standing orders, please raise your voting devices now. Oh, yes, you have. Yes. Okay. Is there a problem if we actually do those? Okay, checking some. Okay. Okay. Forget what has been said in the last 2 minutes. We won't be voting on this, but this will be maybe more presented in detail later on in small session. So that ends for the yes. So scrutinizers, you can go back to your seat. Thank you very much. We'll introduce what we call the double track. Yes, do you want to come up, or Laura, do you want to come again?
Yes, so for those who are quite new to an NA, we will do now the double track. The double track means that people that have not been to an NA or people that are just in ESN for less than a year will come with me to another room, and we do a bit of explanation on what are the board members, what are their duties and stuff like that. So it's important that, because we're at the same time, we are going to discuss the budget, the financial auditing, that at least one person from the section stays here, preferably the one that's also voting, even if you are a newbie. So yeah. So everyone that, as I said, everyone that hasn't been to an NA or is in ESN shorter than 1 year, please come with me to the other room and we start with something fun.
So those who want to move, you can just get up and follow Laura.
No, it was supposed to be normal. Where are the badges?
Okay, outside.
Okay. It feels like everyone who chose to go has gone. For those who stayed, I think you've made the right choice. Elena's very happy about this. So we can start right away with yeah. Then I'll leave the floor to Elena, National Treasurer.
Hello. So let me come to the most fun part, amazing part, more than this, nothing more beautiful than this part. How do I go on? I tell you. Okay. So I'm presenting now the financial report for 2022. We already closed the budget for last year, and it's really important to, first of all, close it, and it's also really important, oh my God, to what? to present it to you as, and I hope that you had time or you managed to read it a little bit from the voting documents, but I will start with the, I don't even remember what I put in my presentation. So yeah, so basically I will show you briefly like incomes and expenses, what was done for 2022. So yes, do I need to, sorry, it's always me making mess around. So the among the incomes that you had for this year, it was quite high compared to what we what I put in my provisional budget for 2022, but that most of the the fact that it's way higher than what was expected is because we first of all received the Movezia grant twice this year, not because they made a mistake, but because that would have been a really nice mistake. But because basically the grant from Movezia from 2021 was received really early 2022. So basically last year we haven't received any. Then the grant for from the Confederation also, it was what we expected, a little bit higher, but still what we expected. Then from coming from services like ESN card, membership fees, sponsoring, anything else. It's really the central part was not what we expected, but There are basically two reasons for that. First of all, partner sponsor, we don't have much, but now this year we're getting way better. So we're starting again. And for the ESN cards and membership fees, that was just my fault, because basically I sent the invoices to you extremely late. So it was not supposed to be that late. So actually this money is there because you have paid it, but you paid it in 2023 because I sent it really late in 2022. So that was my fault, but I'm gonna show you that afterwards. Then participation fees is just for the events we organize whenever you pay something like community weekends and blah, blah, blah. And extraordinary income, it can be referred only for the fact that we organized NBT in 2022. If you don't know what NBT is the National Board Training. So basically it's an international event that it's focused on training and developing like of national board members. And we decided to apply for it, organize it, and it was really cool. And also the incomes for these matches the outcomes, kind of, when you will see it. So next. Yeah, this is just basically the same thing. I'm not going to explain it again. It's just that you see it in like in a nicer graph form. Then for expenses, you can go on. This is really too hard to see anything there. So we're going to go to the next one. But basically, oh, sorry. Basically, you see that they are divided in groups. So from this here, I see, because this is, yeah, this is the budget of 2022 is the first one that is actually looks like these, colorful, because we have the different groups and the different teams. So if they are divided in these 17. Yeah. So so basically you see the bars, which are what actually was spent, and the line is what actually was provisioned or what was put in the provisional budget of 2022. So for almost all the teams met their budget, so their expenses, except education and projects, but that's also due to the fact that we were going to organize an education, like a mobility conference that was postponed. So but the money basically was only for that. And that's why it's not, but hopefully when it will be for next year. And then also we started to promote like social impact days. We start to promote the causes, and you're really doing a good job doing projects and causes in your section, but still, as it was the beginning, of course, it's normal that it's less. And extraordinary expenses, as I said, this was for NBT in March, so they basically almost met the incomes. And then it was in general the money that was not allocated. I mean, there was for some teams that was not used, of course, was allocated somewhere, and most of it was put for the network care and development, which is basically money that we give to the section. So for the section support. So it was mostly moved either there or international affairs, but still there was for you to maybe participate in web, EGM, and things like that. So still there. And so it was really successful. 2022, we reached the break-even point. So we had no income, no loss. No income, no loss. The report total, so the total expense reached actually what the total amount that I envisioned to spend for 2022 was reached and slightly also exceeded. So do go next. So as the final number, so you understand it, don't get scared. Here I put something in black. So the grant, so as I said, there is the budget of 2022 is what I envisioned, and then the report is what happened. So actually, we can see that we have an income of 11,000 francs, which is not realistic, because basically as we received the grant from Helvetia twice, of course, that's the reason why. Also, the loss that was expected for 2022 was 14,000. but actually it decreased to 8,000, which we were really happy. So because we were really having a lot of loss during the past years, like a lot. It was going always under. So not a real profit, it looks like. But there is, as I said, they're missing the invoices from the section, from the services. So 13,000 of money that was supposed to be budgeted in 2022 it was already almost all budgeted at the beginning of 2023. So at the end, yeah, so almost, not almost all of it, but 8,300 was received between January and February 2023. And I can say that, I mean, whenever I will finish my mandate, hopefully soon, actually, I'm happy that ESN Switzerland is not in loss anymore. So, yeah, so we most likely for 2023, we have a profit of around 5,000, which of course will be reallocated to whatever it will be. It's always going to section support, which what we love the most, and for you to organize your events, but that's what it's going to be. So I think I'm done. Yay, yay. Yes, thank you very much. The other part is for like later. I can introduce it. So yeah, so I'm going to introduce it. So normally, you just saw the budget of 2022, and normally what happens is that I close the budget in the 31st of December 2022. And from there, we already selected in NA1, so in Lausanne, the auditors. And the auditors need to check that everything is there, that all the invoices are there, that I do my job properly, that I'm, yeah. And this year, the auditors were kind of lucky because the fact that I was treasurer again for a second mandate, this is totally my budget. So, you know, the previous years you had like half budget from someone else and half budget from, yeah, so there's someone else. So it's, this year was at least, I think for them easier, you will say, maybe said no, but I don't know. We will see what he says. So, and there was Oliver, who was financial auditor for 2022, and also Felix from ESN Bern. But Felix today is not unfortunately here to present it, but anyways, they made this presentation together, and and yeah, so I give you the floor to him.
All right. So yeah, I'm going to now present you the financial auditing that me and Felix did. Yeah, I like to call the financial auditing what really goes on in the NL. Yeah, our expectations when we started this and went into it was lots of train tickets and refunds, event participation fee, and of course, a shit ton of this because treasurers are basically refund people, like, yeah, professional refunders. But to our great shock, this was not the case. The reality of what goes on in those bank accounts is one luxus thing after the other. Villas for their NAs, expensive roofs, jets, expensive watches for gifts, private yachts, and expensive cars. It's one thing after the other. So yeah, we were very shocked, extremely shocked. And the NL, of course, does not want you to know this. It's a closely guarded secret, but they are basically a big money laundering operation. All those budget and refund forms that you saw before, it's just scams. It's just to make it disappear. And the NL is highlight when the sections are all broken, asking for a little section supports there and here and getting denied because, oh, we don't have the money. So yeah, now I present to you the whistleblower that did this, me, from ESN Luzern and Felix from ESN Bern. We are risking our lives, but the sections need to know. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, now to the actual thing. We just did the pretty standard thing. We divided it into two halves. Then we checked if everything was present and documented, more or less. And then we had some nice meetings of Elena's, some nice chats in the evening. And then in the end, we made a pretty financial report. Yeah, main discrepancies, people not being able to properly name stuff or scan things in properly, not really Elena's fault. Missing references, receipts, and like wrong amounts of money, but yeah. Yeah, final notes, it was a great experience. You get to see how the whole ESN functions and how many refund forms get produced each semester. It's mind-boggling. 2 auditors is definitely the way to go, then you can have fun. And auditors matter too, because why not? And yeah, a big thank you to Elena for helping us and always being there. And yeah, that's all.
Yeah. So we'll have the round of questions right now. We'll do the questions for both of them at the same time. If any of you, oh, so we have a catch box as well. Is it on, Simon?
It is on.
Okay. Is there any questions in the assembly for both the presentations? So that's the budget report and the audit report. Oh, okay. Yes, we can. Yeah, we can. Okay, just throw it.
No, I just wanted to give Simon some exercise. Oh,
Please state your name in section,
David, ESN PFL. I just wanted to give Simon some exercise since nobody was asking questions. This is not attached.
Oh, it is attached, I think.
Yeah.
It is attached. Is there any more questions in the assembly? Yeah.
With 1 bounce is fine. 2 bounces is out.
Yes, try not to kill people, yes.
Yeah, so ESN, no, Lucas. Lucas Schneeberger, ESN Switzerland. My question is related to the ESN cards. Why did you make so much money with the ESN cards?
I think that the question can be answered with also a question why we didn't make so much money before, because there was no income of ESN cards after COVID, and we basically slowly returned to normal. So what the numbers are now, it's like a normality actually. So what was within previous year, like not COVID years, was always budgeted. It was always between 9,000, 13,000, and even more. So that's actually the section of buying more cards and selling more cards. Unfortunately, the ESN cards don't necessarily come, but when they're supposed to. But yeah, it's actually that's the reason. So it's going back to normal.
It's because of COVID that we didn't sell.
Exactly. It was really. We sold 0 at in some semesters, and yeah, and now it's back to normal.
Thank you.
Questions again? Yeah.
Oh no.
So I had a reaction mostly about the sorry. So I had a reaction mostly about the training and employability budget. So mostly that I think that this should be more planned on a national level, because having sections organizing their own training sections is not really that realistic. So maybe that's something more about the new education and youth officer than budgeting wise, but just wanted to say that out here.
Do I react? It was a reaction. I can react, but yeah, we're trying to. Yeah, maybe I just say that that's also the first time that we have actually trainings 2022 was the starting point for like having actually training events, training activities, and trainers that are in national events or other events. And it's actually training is budgeted both for sections and for national level. And but of course we're gonna go into more and hopefully like a training event. So organize actual things at the national level. Yes, I agree. Anyone else? Are you joking? Okay.
Seeing that there, you can go to the bar.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right now we have the presentation of Yas for the SOS amendment. So I'll give the floor to him.
Here, so that cool. Hello everyone. Yeah. So I'm gonna talk briefly for a few minutes about some changes that we are proposing regarding the board support elections. This is a topic that has been ongoing for a while now, and now we came to a new proposal. But first of all, what is the current status of this? Shit, I forgot to put animation. It's fine. It's fine. So first of all, there was a whole restructuring of the national level and its functions and how we function. Last year in February 2022, it was approved by the sections, and this entailed actually that we have now a fixed number of people in the board with fixed positions, and each position is responsible of a team composed of several board supporters, except the president. And one of the major changes is that the national board then elects their own board support, which was not the case before, because before the NA used to elect everyone on the national level. And we found out that it was not as efficient. As we were growing a lot, etc., it was not sustainable. So we moved on. We had our first board support elections in the new format in May 2022. And some issues were raised, of course, as the first iteration. So we saw kind of the caveats in the new format. Due to that, or following that, there was a proposal made by some sections, proposed at NA3 when we were in Luzern near Zurich, to bring back the voting right for the board support to the sections, so that the sections actually elect the board support again, like it was before. This amendment didn't pass, but the result was quite divided. So we wanted still to have a discussion about what can we do to make it better, etc. And the national level at that time, which I was part of, made a pledge to try new things and prove it. So the first thing that we did is that we created transparent and objective criteria on which we build our opinion of the candidates for the board support, which was one of the major concerns before during the elections that were held in May 2022. And then eventually, when we realized that there were some things that we needed to change in the procedure, so we made an amendment in October 2022. Actually, I forgot one part. Is that? No. Maybe I just forgot to put it anyway. Which was that the amendment was then called a referendum upon by some sections, and eventually the NBA retracted the amendment to have more time to discuss with the sections and other parties involved. So we took the time, we had a discussion with the presidents about it. We talked internally within the national level, and then we made a new proposal that was up for consultation. And now that's where we're at, March 2023, where the amendment that was building up from June 2022 is now proposed. So now onto the actual proposal. So there are a few major changes, let's say, in the way that we conduct this procedure. First of all, we need to be compliant with the Swiss law. So that was mentioned by an oldie of ESN, who's a legal kind of a legal expert at the moment. And so we actually cannot name that as elections, but appointment, because we cannot, as we're not the National Assembly, we're not the sections, we cannot exactly elect, we appoint the board supporters. And then we gave the capacity for the national board and the national board elect to appoint the board support directly in the statutes, because this is mandatory. All the things that we take away from the National Assembly needs to be written in the statute. And we added some missing procedures. This is definitely the wrong color that I should not have chosen that. But essentially, it's very easy. We discussed that with some people already a lot. But essentially, it's allowing the NB to launch a board support open call at all times during their mandate. We included the right to request an interview with the board support candidate. So it's not a mandatory part of the recruitment process, compared to actually the NB elections, where the national board candidate has to have an interview with the advisory council, for example. And then we added some missing voting procedures in case we have two or more candidates. And we added some more clarifications in case there's a suspension of a national board member, what happens in that case for the board supporter. And then finally, some clarifications on the transition of the board support members in case there's a new position that is created that has no previous holder, predecessor. And this is one of the major changes, let's say, and the one that I will ask you to pay the most attention to, which is to update the timeline of the board support appointments. One of the biggest kind of concerns that were brought up in the first board support election back in May 2022 was the fact that only 4 out of 7 of the national board members were elected, and we had those elections with only 4 people voting, basically. So there was a concern about the diversity of the vote, whether the vote was representative enough, etc. So we still believe in the system that we put in place. So we try to find a compromise, a way for everyone to be happy while retaining kind of the main point of the new system, which is that the national board selects their board supporters. So now, what is this compromise? So in order to ensure a diversity within in vote, we decided that the timeline changes depending on how many national board members are elected at NA2. NA2 is our elective NA, and there's still NA3 in case there are some positions missing. But essentially, we would like to have as many people as possible voted on already at NA2. So the new timeline stipulates that if 2/3 or more of the members of the national board positions are filled at NA2, we continue with the regular timeline, which is that we open a call after NA2, and then the board support elections can already take place before NA3, meaning that the national board elect, so the newly elected national board at NA2, can already have their board supporters before NA3, before they start their mandate. And this actually helps them a lot because they can create the action plan that will be presented at NA3 together with their board supporters. In case there are less than 2/3 of the national board positions filled at NA2, what happens? The open call can still take place before NA3, but the election, the appointment, so I have to change this, that's fine, cannot take place before NA3. That means, why? Why is that? Because then you'd have another chance to fill those positions at NA3 so that you'd guarantee more national board positions to be filled. But the only caveat in all of this is that we'll need to, the national board elect will need to create an action plan without their board supporters. So they'll have to amend it afterwards during the summer to include the goals of their board support. You can already have kind of a vision of what your team wants to do, etc. But the actual key goals that your board support will have or want to fulfill during the year will have to be included afterwards. So yeah, so this is kind of the major changes. So maybe one thing that is not addressed in here to stay transparent is that in case we're really in the worst case scenario where still less than 2/3 of the national board positions are not filled by the end of the regular year, so after NA3, then the ND can still proceed with the board support elections. So if, for example, we have 4 or 3 national board positions that are filled by NA3, and we only have a national board of 4 members, they can still do that. But obviously it's not ideal. So it's kind of it's not a problem directly related to that. It's more a problem of recruitment. But thankfully this year, we're not going to experience any of that because, or hopefully, because we have someone candidate for each position of the national board, which is something that hasn't happened in a long, long time. Or at least not in my years in ESN. So yeah, I think that's it for me. I'm open to questions.
So we'll open the speakers list. So Sandrine, Axel, Gavin.
Did they just come?
Yeah,
It's like I'm fearing that I will break something.
Sandrine?
Yeah, Sandrine first, and then. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well. So Sandrine, Axel, and then Gavin, and then.
Okay.
Sandrine, Axel, and Gavin. Yeah.
So Sandrine, ESN Neuchâtel. I have 3 things to say. So first of all, you're talking about objective criteria. Are we going to have access to these, or is it just for you, or I don't know.
That's a good question, actually. So the objective criteria are there so that it guides us in our decision, but obviously they're I don't know. So it's available if requested for now. Like that's how we did it. So far nobody requested them, so we didn't need to show them, but we're open. Like you can ask for them, and then we can show them to you, because there's nothing subjective in them. It's just out of their application forms that we extract all the information needed.
Okay, thanks. Can I already go to my second question, or should I? Okay.
Axel, ESN EPFL. So I have a question, because in the discussion we had since last year, it was mentioned that some section wanted the board support who work close with the other sections, such as NAMS and section manager, to be still elected by the section during NAs. Is that been discussed or not at all, and why?
It hasn't been rediscussed, no. And for just the simple reason that I think we still believe that they're part of the team, and they're part of we don't want to change the procedure just for specific positions. I agree that they still have a big influence on the sections, of course. But I also believe that the national board should be the ones to assess whether they're the best for the sections or not, because most of the times the national board have been there for enough time to kind of see, okay, these people have good profiles for the sections or not, and they also need to be working together. So it's also a matter of team bonding. So all in all, just to be cohesive in all of our thoughts and the way that we envision the board support appointment, we decided to not go further with it. But if you want to rediscuss that, then obviously we can.
I have another question after later as well. Yeah.
Gavin, ESN Germany. I wanted to go to the action plan on the slides, if we see the two versions. And I wanted to know, because terms are a year from NA2 to NA2, in the case that less than 2/3 of them be positioned to build, is it acceptable to only have a concrete action plan at NA1? Or
so you mean that if less than 2/3 of the national, so okay, just to clarify, there will be an action plan presented, even if the board support appointment does not take place, because it's something that is kind of mandatory if we have national board elections already at NA2. So there will be an action plan presented. It's just that it won't be comprehensive enough to include all of the goals of the board support, because they're not appointed yet. But generally, the general direction of the national board will already be set in the action plan that will be presented at NA2.
So again, Sandrine ESN Neuchâtel. So for Alinea 5, it's written that the AC can also attend the event. But then if there is like no majority during the votes, it's written that the AC has to decide how to proceed. So if the AC doesn't attend, are you going to call them if there is like no majority? Or
can you show them?
And also for a question of someone who is there like a neutral person, I think there should be an AC member at this election.
Can you go down, down? Yeah.
We already discussed this.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So of course, this is something that is up for discussion in terms of the presence of the AC. We think that it's still, I mean, relevant that the AC be present, but we cannot, we didn't enforce it yet. It could be a good idea maybe to enforce it, but it will really depend also on the portfolio of the advisory council, but because the portfolio keeps on growing, and we also need to discuss kind of how to divide that maybe in the future. But essentially for this, the last part, the Alinea paragraph 9. So when this happens, what can be done is that In case the AC is not attending, we still ask them to be that one of them is available for a call or something in case something happens. So for now, it's still broad enough so that in case something happens, like we're not going against the statutes, that if the AC cannot attend, there's an unfortunate thing happening, etc. It's broad enough so that we can still go on with the event in this case. But I see your point.
Okay. And I have another question. I don't know if I can
Axel, and then
Axel, ESN PFL. So from what I understood, you wrote this amendment with the president as consultation, and I wanted to, during a physical meeting, and I wanted to know why you didn't want to include more people in the consultation.
So we didn't write it during the president's meeting. It's not that we wrote it down. We just had a brainstorming of what, like, I had a few open questions and we had a discussion about them, and we included more ideas. And essentially, what we wanted to do is that we already wanted to kind of have a proposal written down, because the month of January was already quite like mid-December to end of January was quite busy in terms of holidays, etc. So we already wanted to have a proposal out. We did give a couple of weeks for the sections to kind of point out whether or not there are things to change. And we did include almost everything that was discussed with the presidents. So eventually, in this kind of scenarios, we need to be pragmatic. Presidents usually also have a good overview of situations and can bring forward the ideas that of their sections or that needed to be discussed. So of course, in this case, I think it was comprehensive enough, but obviously, I think there's still some questions that are left to answer. And as I said, it's an evolutionary process. When we did it the first time back in May 2022, we knew that there would be problems coming up. We didn't know which ones, but that's I guess the beauty of creating something new, and then eventually like building up something more robust, stronger, and of course more formalized and more procedural, I guess, so that we have everything kind of written down. So of course, if you have any ideas, you can share them, we can discuss them, maybe bring forward another amendment if need be after.
Again, Soline, yes, and Neuchâtel. So there is on paragraph 11, there is a sentence about if there's an NB member who is suspended or dismissed. What about if an NB member resigns from their position?
That is a good question. It's actually, it should be the same procedure. It's actually a good question. And I think we can probably include it in a later amendment, just because the procedure that we refer to, the Article 11, is for suspension and dismissal of an NND member. However, we cannot refer to it if we're talking about resignation. So we just need to add a sentence saying that if an NB member resigns, then the BS member can be under another team, another NB member. Yeah, we can rewrite this, I think, later, or if we have the time, maybe even do it by tonight, because then we have time till 23:59 to submit amendments to the amendment, if need be. But good comment, thank you.
There's no more speakers. There's no more speakers on the speakers list. Does anyone have another question? I propose that we close the speakers list. As I see no objection, I that will be the case. So in the agenda right now, we have we're already at 4 minutes, which is good. So what's in the agenda right now is the coffee break. So the coffee break is sitting right next door. The introduction to ESN on the other track still is working up until 11. So we'll do the coffee break in the agenda up until 11:05 and see how the other track comes back in. And then afterwards, okay, this is also a point I want to mention. As it's the elective NAs, there will be questions for the NB candidates. We have sent a message as a formal announcement in the group, compiling all the questions that have been answered on Slack, as well as the questions themselves. So if you have, as you have time right now, you can check those links as you have access to the candidates forum, the CV, as well as the Slack questions and answers. So you don't, there might be answers already in those to the questions you might have later. So please take the time to go through them and to avoid redundancy in the questions. We will see you back at 11:05, back in our seats.
And every time I'm like,
because he said that I'm not funny. Yeah.
Is that the presentation that what actually happened? Without the that's some budget lines and some extraordinary expenses.
You know, the phone is like, I put in it, you know what? I'm giving you. And now we are going to say
so now, but then she's just gonna make the best of it, you know. Yes. And this morning? More this morning than last night. Wow.
One of the
Spend a whole weekend together, no?
We really want to now it's a fact that it's a role.
Yeah, I just saw it because they assumed you were there.
No. We will go to Poland. Yeah, that's why Julia and I was
Still there.
yeah. But we will go to Poland, yeah. That will be 3 years.
Okay, nice. He's dyslexic.
Yes.
No, he told me that he was with 3M. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Obviously, I know.
There was one of them when we went the first time here, but with an ESN. I mean, the first time ever went with ESN.
Il n'y a pas un Peter Pan, parce que moi, Et ils sont sérieux? I'm gonna clean that and use the cup as I can talk about. Honestly, not a bad idea. It was not the same. What? How much money did that? Got it.
C'est mon plus pour le week-end, ça. Non, mais on vient de les avoir.
No one came back here.
They're trying to find the.
Laura?
Okay. And you,
Now it's going on. Please be back at the same.
Yes.
Yes.
Oui.
That's all you're. Mine is different. But now, this, yeah.
Send me your message today. You love my message in the EGM the last month. You love my message in the EGM. Going crazy. I'm sending too many messages. Oh, it's like I love the t-shirt. I like t-shirt. Yeah, I always have to like no, I don't.
Mathieu?
The other.
Wait, okay. Bit worried about the question. Super compared. Have to make it really complicated so no one understands.
Yeah, well, then I'm gonna ask my
Budget line section.
No, this budget is being really simplified. Basically, NL expenses, and that's it. Private jets and yacht cost. I'm sorry. Yeah. Decisions have to be made. I'm sorry. They don't know how to use it. They're like throwing it, but it's. You want to do a quick Yes, I'm a big kid now. I'm a big kid now. This man. Country roads.
We had this in my lecture. I don't understand how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Take a seat, everyone, please. Please all take a seat. Okay. I think you're all here. We'll just we can start before the rest of our coming. So next on the list we have an energizer, and we would like to thank ESN Neuchâtel for sponsoring this energizer. If ESN Neuchâtel could come up. Yeah. It feels like you have a I'll bring them up. So it seems that at a past, national event, you have lost your mascot. And so if you want it back, then you would have to do a choreography on wait, it has to be on the Little Mermaid under the sea.
I'm really thinking of in the presentation.
Wait. Just dance. Just dance. Is it what?
spent. Then, but anyone else, since now in the board support, we have a lot of people. So we are, I mean, closing to reaching like 20 people in the NL. And I mean, that's not sustainable that the section pays and within their grant. So all of it is paid by us, the board support, the alumni coordinators, the financial auditors, the AC, and also all the reimbursement for travel. For participation of DNL, it's also covered by us, and I think also, wait, yes. And the last point, which is the most interesting for you, since in my 3-year strategy for the finance, business and finance, and also in my action plan for this year, the increase two members of each section gets their spot for free. So, and this also applies now because this is the first NA of 2023. So that was already put in the budget, but was not actually wrote again in the FCP. So now it's so 2 of you will get fully reimbursed, and then you can choose also. I mean, that's your choice. It's not, we don't care. It's just that 2 people need to send it. And yeah. So that's the first one. So the non-statutory is only NAs in the statutory. So the non-statutory are there. In this one, we have community weekends. We don't have, okay, yes. Community weekends, Swiss Train Rally, and National Erasmus Games. So basically, community weekends are non-statutory events, and Swiss Train Rally and National Erasmus Games are national events. Also, with that, we changed some things. So we had like the participation fees and the travel expenses for the board and board support are covered by ESN Switzerland. So the sections organizing all of these, besides community weekend, which we organize, it's all paid by us. So basically, that's the main thing. And small changes in the rules, like that. Basically, the summary of it is that we were applying a lot of things, but they were not written. But now they're written. Because I mean, some things were written, some things were not really specific. That's it. So yeah, question about this one, because then I have another one. Or do you want me to do the whole thing and then what do you want? To split? Okay. So questions. You have any? Yes. Microphone.
Yes, and Lugano.
Yeah.
Julian. For the Swiss Terrain Rally, I know that the national board usually has a section division, and I know they usually meet at a certain point. Is the train fee to go to that certain point also covered by this amendment or not?
Normally, it's not written in there because it's not part of it. So it's not written in there, but normally everything that is national level related is always reimbursed from us. Okay. Almost all but this is just for basically the team of the national level tickets, which is 15 times whatever the team, how big is the team, it gets paid by me, more. But was paid by me before, yes.
Perfect,
but that's,
thank you.
Leotrim is Luzern. So basically, I had a question. So in case that Swiss Train Rally would be done again, that would mean that the OC of Swiss Train Rally would have to do like a budget for the national team and also like have all the sections deal with their own budgets. Is that right?
Normally, Swiss Train Rally is a little bit different from others because Swiss Train Rally also each section organizes its own people participating and they sell their own the tickets themselves. So it's not like that. It's not like one main section organizing it like National Erasmus Games. So there's a difference actually. So no, I would say.
All right.
But yeah, unless we change it and we do it differently. Like there was the year that we did it with the with Lugano, I think. No, it was this left like there was the weekend. It was not one day, but was a weekend.
Yeah, that
in that
Lausanne,
case,
I think. Yeah.
Lausanne, I don't remember. But then there was the weekend, and so in that case, yes, there was some budget and things. But normally we're all back to one day event, so that's doesn't pose a problem. Send it back.
Thank you. Lucas, ESN Switzerland, I have a few comments about the formulation of the things. Can you go back on the previous slide, please? Yeah, here align. Yeah, the Article 6. The NB and the BS position don't have to comply with the sustainable travel policy from what I see, or it's just something you forgot?
No.
Because the AC.
No, it's not written. No. I mean, that's, people make it.
They can take a plane from Geneva.
Yes,
to Zurich.
exactly. No, it's not true. No, it's also sustainable. It just was not written there.
Okay.
But in any case, also, because yeah, we just everywhere. Yeah, it's just not updated there.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want to do an amendment of this for this?
We'll see, because there are more things. Can you go to the next slide, please?
The same thing here.
Here I see Article 4 that the NB and BS are covered and reimbursed by the SNCH, meaning that if the AC comes to the community weekend, they are not reimbursed. Or are they maybe?
Do you want to do an amendment? We put an. I mean, this is also a fact that normally the money is there, so we can change it easily. Yeah.
But
we can. There's the possibility to put NL. Yes.
Because there's always a bit of this blurry situation where we never know if the AC is part of the
Yeah,
NL
I
or
know.
not. And if we are supposed to come for these things or not, and we'll be
It is part of the
at
NL.
some point.
No, it's not part of the NL. Okay, am I wrong? Throw it.
Yeah, and just
sorry.
one more thing so that I lose the mic for real. There's an E missing in treasure.
Which is the main important.
Yeah, exactly. So I have the Mac, I'm speaking.
But thank you.
In treasure, you're missing an E, so
Which
if
I
people
think
click
is
on
the
that,
most
you're not gonna
important
receive the email.
To do
That's
it.
it.
To do an amendment.
So reaction?
It is, I agree.
Could I pass it over to you?
But yes.
Yes, in Switzerland, the national level, statutory speaking, is only the NB and the board support. So, and ESN Switzerland is everything. So the advisory council is part of it's part of ESN Switzerland, but not specifically at the national level.
So it will be put in a separate line then, not the same or addition. I know, no, there was still Axel. Yes, Axel. Yes, sorry.
Axel, ESN PFL. I have two questions related. The first, it's on the point 10 on the previous slide about the travel expenses reimbursed. So it's 2 legates per section. So no matter if the university is reimbursing it already or.
No, it no matter because this is not EGM or web. This in that case, yes, but not in this case. Yes.
And then the following up question I have is if ESN Switzerland is paying for the participants, does it make sense to do something like ESN France where people need to sign?
ESN what?
ESN France. In ESN France, what they do during the NPs, they need to sign to prove they were on time every day. So today, for example, many people arrived late. So I think if it's ESN Switzerland who pays for the participation fee, it could make sense to do it. Do you think it's a good idea?
I mean, if I need to give you my personal opinion, that's not necessarily go with my ESN opinion. My personal one is that I love to do these things. That if you're giving money and then people need to be on time, and that's what's also happening for many people at DGM this year, with me being there. But normally, that and in any case, it's not part of these. It will not eventually be part of these document. But yeah, personally, it's really important that they participate. Yes. You want to? Yeah.
Sorry. David, yes, in Switzerland, as you are applying for a position as national board, it means that you have to be on time too.
just to remind you that
I
if you
follow
want
yes.
to impose that list.
I followed yes this morning.
Okay, okay, there was just like a comment, a mean one, okay. I have a what? Presentation. Any other questions? No? Okay, next. So as there is the change in the documents, also we have to change the budget because basically Titanic it's part anymore of national events. So what is changes now that some money that is allocated in national events will be moved to something that now I like to call section cooperation. So basically, let's see if I have, so you see, yeah, okay, I don't, but that's good. So, so national events now will include the train rally. I should have put Swiss train rally, which because it's only for as it is a one-day event. It also basically covers like the national level, like for the train tickets, and it doesn't get that much money anymore. Then the NEG, we receive more money because we saw also that the National Erasmus Games are quite an expensive event and needs to be covered. And also we want to, I propose this again, if anyone wants to organize a national event, decides they want to do it in, please, also it's really nice to have your opinion about it with the national event managers. We want to try and have a new proposal, hopefully, I mean, autumn is already, yes, for spring or for late this year. And also these will receive a starting of 2,000, but can be more depending on the type of event. And so some money from this line was moved to section cooperation, which before was intersection events money. So all of the 8,000 was for intersection events. Now this gets was less money. Now it went more in 2023, and now because we did this line of section cooperation differently, gets even more money. So it's this budget includes now the cooperation events, the intersection event, and the project of ESN invitation, which we all consider all of the three as cooperation because we have ESN going to other events of other section and they basically give their help. And this is now budgeted 3,000 more. That doesn't mean that because it's 3,000 more that maybe I anticipate your question that Titanic is going to get 3,000. No, it's going to take the money that it's discussed every year when we do the meeting and we discuss how much money. And so basically also as we will have more cooperation event, as we will have more intersections event, we see that it gets more and more use will be increased. But we just move like an initial amount of money and then we will see also what happens. I think I'm done and you just see the change there. But that's pretty much it and I'm done. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Questions about this? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So now we have the national board updates, and following this, we would have a group picture and then lunch. So for what happens during national board updates is that the different members of DNL just find a spot within the venue, and then participants walk from one group of NL to the other. What we'll do for today is instead of the participant moving, it'll be the NL moving, as it's easier to move one or two people instead of 20. So if we could have two members of DNL in this room, one in the cafeteria and one in the room where the newbie track was, we can do that. And then we will separate you with based on your families. So I'll put the families on And since most of you, okay. Yeah, so since most of you won't be in this room before, I think it's better to do the announcements now. For the group picture, we will go outside of, I mean, within the establishment of the venue, but outside. So you must have entered through a sort of main hall. We have to go there to do the group picture. We'll probably do it outside as there's more space. And then afterwards, the lunch will be served. Is there any more specification for the OC?
Just, we already put up the sugar cube, so if you wanna explain that.
So as you see behind over there are many envelopes. Those are what we call sugar cubes. So there's on the envelopes are names of each of the participants in the National Assembly. So if you want to write a nice note, and only nice ones, you can put them in, or to a respective participant of the NL or of the NA. You can just write something on a piece of paper, and then all the post-its are where Leandra is going to put them. So right next to the envelopes, you can take a batch of post-its and then write something on it, put it in the envelope of the candidate of the member of the National Assembly. So will be open until tomorrow. I mean, until the end of the NA. And then.
We put a bunch of names already, but if you don't find your names, we have empty envelopes and we have pens, so just write your name and section. Because these are basic.
And do you want to announce it for the food as well? For the food? For lunch?
Yeah, the lunch is gonna be served outside in the cafeteria garden sort of situation. You'll find it, but you can, it's really sunny, nice, so you can eat outside. But there is also inside space if you want to. And then another thing, please wait. Not for lunch.
Okay, so who are the NL members that are going to do the workshop or the small sessions? Okay, so I can put Yas over there. Elena, you can stay here and maybe do in the opposite corner. Laura, you can go in the cafeteria, and I guess Yuri is Yuri, you can go in the hammock space where the newbie track was. And you, is it 4 groups?
Yeah, so essentially what we're gonna do this time, because before we would move like as many times as there are ND members. But this time, because we thought that we repeated ourselves a lot of times, so we wanted to get some break for the national board members, so that it's not 6 times. That's why we're taking 4 groups, and then it's the national level that will
Okay.
So this rotate, and the people who are not assigned now to a group can chill, and then you'll eventually come with like counter call for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no circle, but we can do. Yeah. So I suggest family 1, 2, and 3. So Disney Princesses, Frozen, and Lion King go with Yas first. I mean, stay over there, but start with Yas. Families 4, 5, and 6 we'll stay here with Elena as well. We'll start with Elena. Families 7, 8 will go in the cafeteria with Laura, and then family 9 and 10 will go in the hammock space with Yuri. So the families won't move, it's the NL that will move, and since there's 4 group and the timing for the small sessions is 40 minutes, it's approximately 10 minutes.
It's 6 people
6.
from us.
6.
6.
Okay. Okay, the NL will move.
Can we take the packages with us, or can we let them here?
Can we leave our baggage here? No? Können wir unseren Koffer hier lassen? Also unser Rucksack und so. Auch wenn man
Oh, you're making me do sports. Outside.
Mathieu? No, for now, you can just let it here. But I think we also come back.
oh no, I'm just I thought he told I was just chatting on what's where's Kevin supposed to go? You're with that you're in the cafeteria. Okay.
Les gens demandaient s'ils prennent déjà leur Tupperware au PSU ou si on a un après. Moi, je leur ai dit, je pense, de toute façon, il faut même. Ouais, parce qu'on n'a rien après. On a direct. Ouais, vraiment, j'ai eu une chance de faire tout le groupe d'abord et après manger.
Wait, we'll need interesting on it.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm supposed to be with Ellen.
No, you have 10 is not available. So you have.
I will move essentially, when they're talking to you about we went to very good. Also had a very
En fait, ce qui se passe, c'est que
Yes.
Julie goes to, I guess, the man. I know. You're not on you're on break. Attends, Laura, Judy, yeah.
David, yeah. That's good for now. And then afterwards you will break. And that being followed by
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I also because some people can put their size. So, I didn't break them. I'm so.
So basically, I think that where they find all information about the present side of the college. I think it's the same person, and I mean, for that, there is a PDF, so it's a grading format, but also only great information. So if you ever have like any ideas on what
I think about it.
Everyone. So we're still waiting for 1 or 2 moving families. So what will happen is that right now we're waiting for them. I'll do an announcement for the lunch and a change in agenda to make it so that it's a bit better for following the actual timeline. But then we'll be eating in like 5 minutes, around 5 minutes, depending on what the actually coming. So stay tuned.
David is there, but like here, really here. Yeah. But here, is here.
Okay, I hope you like the small sessions. What we'll do now is eat, don't move that fast. We have so a couple of things. The survival guide did ask you to bring cutlery and Tupperware. I hope you bring that. If you did, you can bring it towards the lunch zone that will be served in the main entrance of the building. If you don't, there is plates over there, but it's better if you bring your own cutlery and own Tupperware for sustainability. There is also, you have the possibility of eating outside. So if you want to, you can take your jacket and a sweater. And then finally, we suggest a change in the agenda because we're supposed to do the group picture before lunch. But what we suggest is actually, instead of doing the second Energizer in the evening, we do the group photo instead. As the group photo, as the now Energizer is linked to the coffee, that's basically a 30-minute time period where you get coffee, it's a coffee break and a group picture at the same time. So we can condense that and have time for the group picture at that in the evening around 4. Does anyone object? Okay, good. And now that's basically it. You can go eat. You can, oh, wait.
When they are fine.
Oh, okay. When should you get back? You have 40 minutes. Around 2. Okay. Let's say be back around 1:55. So we can start back at 2 p.m. Okay, so that leaves you 50 minutes. 48 minutes.
Tupperware on that.
All the men, you
Basically, always bring up to the break, but I'm just testing it now. Oh, sorry. If I shoot this, it's supposed to be on the live stream. Let's check. and I'm trying to hide. Julian, just for the live stream.
All right, it's done. You can wear my sunglasses.
William, you shouldn't be saying something like that in front of before a candidacy. Kind of sad, but there's not much competition.
Est-ce qu'on a changé dans les settings? Est-ce qu'on a changé pour la Magic Box? Dans le chat, je sais pas faire. C'est ça, je sais pas. Faut s'assurer que les gens qui posent ne se refont pas. Donc, je sais que Vraiment, les préreaux, parce que c'est vraiment mal de tromper. Et essayer. Bien, il y a. Voilà, en fait, après, j'ai contacté le SN, il m'a dit, ah, moi, j'ai envoyé des non, ah non, t'as eu en février, oui, oui, mais du coup, quand j'ai ramené ma table, quoi, c'est pas, je passe un petit peu, je vois là, mais c'est marrant, c'est pas un peu comme t'as appris, c'était avant de voir. Ah, peut-être, je parle de ma choses en main, non, c'est pas là, c'est pas là. Non, mais je pourrais, si on a un autre, que
Merci encore. T'appelles comment? Mathieu? Ouais. Mathieu. Merci Mathieu.
Non, en fait, quand je passe ça, je suis en train de regarder les questions sur que les gens posent eux-mêmes. Après, et ça, mais j'arrive.
Yeah.
What did you say? Where are you gonna get the money? Where are you gonna get the money from?
Not twice, and then three times. So actually only one time. Yes. Austria, no, step. No, they've never been part of it. Austria, step. But we want Austria.
I don't know why. Because I think my.
I bet that's, yeah, she got work. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Don't fuck yourself. Yeah, hang on, wait, anyway. The main problem I see that lead of the generation. Yes, the video will push over them.
But his personal defense. Yeah, so the president will first, the vice president, and the treasurer, then, what's in our case,
Also, how does position were introduced?
Yes. But psychologically, you know, yes, I have to be, and that's not the psycho. But is there a key or when you're not the part of the treasurer. Yeah, each section they all. Yeah, no, but that would never, that would never work. Might be the next one, or like national, so we can see.
Depends on already been had.
And
Yeah.
But for me, I mean, are we not necessarily tonight for the that is that okay, between basic people and basic application skills. That's
That's an idea. You can like your part of the thing would make any work. I mean, you might find and then they we either can decide how to
Yeah, this is gonna take a while. So I think it's really strict for. Only for check.
Not a warning permission.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Just like an hour.
I really hope it's and also
I don't know. I don't update yet. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's only like maybe AC. Just like just to get around the world. Yeah, not time. No, but the opposite are actually quite efficient. I'm not kidding.
Everyone, please start getting back to your seats.
Private jet from Luzern.
Arnaud, do you hear us?
I hear you. Do you hear me?
Oh, I think he's on the, he's on the speaker, no? I heard him on the speaker. So basically, we are coming back from lunch. Let's say 20 minutes late. So I have 10 minutes for my questions, for my presentation, starting in very soon, like 3-4 minutes, and then you'll probably start at 4:15, let's say 4:12, 4:13. Is that good for you? Can you come back on that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And Arnaud, you'll be the one sharing your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Should I try to share the screen already just to look if it works?
Arnaud, Arnaud, est-ce que tu peux essayer de parler dans le micro pour voir si on t'entend?
Hello, 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 hello.
T'entends? Ok, on va essayer de faire un défi.
Ok.
Ah non, non, je rajoute.
Ah oui, yes. C'est quoi, et quand ce sera Arnaud de présentation, tu vas rejoindre le duo. Et toi, tu vas venir.
Oui, mais ça sera alterné. Non, mais du coup, on va parler. You will alternate between if I speaking or Arnaud speaking.
Yeah.
Pas problème.
But then it's true that if you have a question, you have to be on. So yeah, you will just. I think it will be a bit messy, but you join the audio, you do mute when Arno doesn't speak. You put the audio and you go back in.
I'll be today. Yeah, I won't be
Wait. Yeah, then basically every time before you unmute the switch.
Yes.
Then you join again.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Arnaud?
No, I didn't.
Does he need to hear? I mean, it's going to be very laborious, but it's going to work. Yeah, trust the process. So yeah.
I trust the process.
Arnaud, so you'll have to be the one sharing your slides, and you'll have to be
Yes.
sharing your screen, and it'll be here. I mean, up there. It'll be up there. So, do you have any questions about that? No.
Yeah, do you want me to try already just to see
Could you
if it
maybe
works?
write them for now? I don't hear you as I have to.
You want me to try to share my screen?
Yeah. So Arnaud, you will share your screen. Yes, the Zoom will be up, and you'll be sharing your screen. So we have your presentation, so we can know. So you'll be the one changing slides, basically. Yeah. Yes, but we try to just. We can. Should we? You want me to try to?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can. Okay, so you have to join the audio and you have to.
Yeah.
Do you hear me? You hear me, Julian? Okay, amazing.
Okay. No. Do you hear?
Barely, but
We will start with Mathieu and then we will go to you.
Okay, but did you manage to see my screen?
You should stop sharing your screen, Arnaud, so I can share mine. Oh, share, main chair can share. Main chair can share. I hope you all ate well. I hope you're full, but still full of energy. I will pass on the main sharing role to the vice chair, so I can actually present. So he'll be bullying me. Vice chair. Okay. You want to be main chair? Does anyone object? Good.
Question.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, little question about David, ESN Switzerland. Who will take the minutes while the vice chair will be chairing?
Who will take the minutes?
Okay, yeah. Yes, and Switzerland, yeah, we discussed that internally also with Laura and Laura with you, and we figured it out, so it's fine. You'll be taking over when he's presenting, and then it's the other way around, and also I'll help. Yeah. I will join in. Yeah.
I'll be heard. How long?
Oh, okay. We will start with the first presentation with Mathieu. I will be the main chair for the two presentations, so as to not have the main chair being the one opposite to the other candidate. And yeah, actually, I will just give the microphone and good luck.
Hi, you should know me by now. I was ex-main chair. So yeah, I'll start out the round of presentation for this elective NA. I'm not gonna lie, I am a bit stressed, but I'll make it go through. Thank you for the heart. Thank you for stop it. Okay. Okay. Duh. So I'm candidating for the role of national president after having done local president in my section in ESN EPFL Luzern, but I'll get back to it. So I'm going to start by presenting who I am. I am, first of all, kind of a globetrotter. I've lived in 7 different countries. And so the basic idea of what ESN represents is kind of anchored in who I am, basically. So I've always loved traveling, and I've always stayed at least 2 or 3 years in each of the different countries. And so now I'm back in Switzerland after having done my exchange in Lisbon, which kind of finalized the route in a way, leading like to my ESN career. So after I got back from a exchange in Lisbon, I joined ESN, and then the rest is basically history. So I'm actually doing a master's in mechanical engineering in Lausanne at EPFL. That's going okay. I'm in my last semester and it should be finished afterwards, hopefully. I have many hobbies as well. Sports. This is why I'm not applying for communication manager. This is just random pictures all over the place. So I put in sports. This is any kind of sports. Bowling is not one of them, but I felt like I had to put this mascot bullying up in front. I like photography. I love traveling. I've learned to travel a lot through Switzerland with ESN. I traveled more in the last year than I have during my bachelor's, and that's why also a reason why I just love the ESN vibe. It just brings you places where you're not really ready to go. We're not thinking of going until you actually do. I also like reading. I also like writing. I do guitar. I didn't have a picture of that. And I would say one of the hobbies is also socializing. Not really a hobby, but I just like meeting new people. So this is just a screenshot of the ESN CV, but this is kind of summarizes what I've done already. So for just a year and a half, I did active member and board last year, and I started doing the local board. I was started doing local president a semester ago, and throughout this, well, the first part of the mandate, I've learned so much. I can't really express the number of things I've learned. It's also part, this also in the sense that there's always something else to do every day, and there's always new walls coming in the yard, and we have to be quick on our feet and inventive in how to tackle them and actually not be buried under the different problems that occur. And especially so because ESN EPFL Lausanne or ESN Lausanne basically is one of the bigger sections, and it's very hard to actually maintain order, let's say, in all the things that should be implemented or that we want to implement. I attended many international events outside of Switzerland as well. And so this is basically in only 1 year. I tried to do most of them, but I obviously can't. Why am I applying? So like I said, I learned so much during my first semester, and I know I'm going to learn a lot more during the second semester. And there are already some relevant things that I did in the first semester, but I understand the role of any board support or any board year as something from which you can learn from. So obviously there are mistakes that everyone does, but you learn kind of on the spot because you never have the role of president, or you never had the role of president beforehand. So it's always on the go, improving and learning from your mistakes. And so hopefully next semester should be a much more chill semester than last year. Chill, I say chill. This is quoting chill. To be closer to network, I've also managed to meet a lot of new people in the year and a half that I've been here. And one aspect is also giving back to the community. I feel like I know a lot of you, and I know most of the sections. I obviously not in detail, but I've gained some knowledge of how the network works locally, like how it should be managed or how it shouldn't, and also in the national level. And one main reasons maybe it's that I don't see myself stopping. I still have 1 semester left, and afterwards it's like internship and stuff. So I won't be able to participate in the local section anymore that much. So it feels like applying to national board is a step in the right way instead of staying at the local section. Why me of all people? I've already did kind of talk about this. Condensed a lot of experience my 1.5 years. Already participated in many international events. This is a picture from EGM in Porto, where we were 40, and it was one of the best in national events that I've attended. And yeah, but this goes in the same direction as I said before, but the transition into the role won't be as difficult as it could seem, as I've been closer to the national board of this year, and at every national event that has happened, I've always been in close contact with them in how they would be organized, or even during the weekend, just to talk about anything or anything. Yeah. Okay, things that are specific to role. I did answer a lot of questions on Slack. I've been countless hours responding to questions, mostly by us. But yeah, most of the questions that I responded to there was relations with the other roles in the national board. Of course, I don't know the extent of how it should work, or how each role should actually do. But I've given my best approach on the subject, and I feel like if all the candidates that are applying do know what they're getting into, as it's not just oh, I'm gonna wing it. They already have a plan of attack, and they know they're motivated enough to join a national board, and it's not something that is easy, or it's not something that you kind of think during the night. So they know what they're getting into, and so the approach I would have with them is basically trusting them and knowing, or trusting what they do and what they should do. I covered the motivation part, where a question occurred where I was asked, how do you keep the motivation up? A big part of losing motivations is having unrealistic goals and not being able to achieve them. And so just having overall realistic goals that are achievable in a reasonable time period are actually very important in order to maintain like a healthy mandate up until the end without having to feel overburdened or feel overwhelmed by the tasks that you put on yourself. And then the rest of the questions were cooperation in Switzerland, outside of Switzerland, local sections, are there NOs? If people would ask me, or if you would ask people how they see me, I would say, well, points that come up is just being social and wanting to learn from others. I've already have many contacts outside of Switzerland, and so, but this is not just me feeling like I should. It's something that I do want to have. ESN has a lot of potential in outside of Switzerland, and even the network, what it could bring to us as individuals. There's just so much that you can learn from one another if you approach it the right way, and if you have the right mindset in actually doing your work and doing the correct socialization thing. And this is the same for I want to finish. I don't know if I have more time, but I just want to on some points. I understand that ESN can kind of suck you, but wow. No, sorry, I'll get So it sucks up into a vortex, basically. You understand what I said? What I meant is it's easy to do too much, and it's easy to just feel like you're the only one working on it. It's easy to want to do more. And one of the things I do know is that ESN is, even though a great community and great network, it's also voluntary work. We're not paid to do this, we do this on the side. And so I want to really assess the fact that if I get into this role, it's not to work 24 hours a day on this. I will do my best up to, I mean, there's a really fine line between perfection and having a job well done. So right now, one of my main goals of coaching this is to learn local section and maybe take or break a bit on the task at hand and prioritize which are important and which are not. And the last point is, I know that the current president is from ESN IPF Luzern. I know the former presidents are from IPF Luzern. Okay, I was talking about that, I know. But this could be, I just want to assess this point as well. It doesn't, I mean, obviously, yes, ESN is about diversity in the network, but why would someone from the same section apply and be voted in as, even though the current president and former are the same section? I don't feel like diversity is only included in the university you go in, but also in the way you are, the way you act, the way you interact with people, and just the way you think about how the way you think and the way you approach things, and those are diverse in itself. And you can easily have people from the same university and have two different people working on the same thing. So that's what that feels like. It felt like the point that I should be addressed, and I think that kind of finishes off the presentation. I think I was too long for it.
Thank you for your presentation. He was 3 minutes too long, so we will add 3 more minutes for Arnaud. And also Arnaud will be able to hear us because we have to go back and forth. I will come back to that for the question, but basically now we will switch to Arnaud.
Okay, do you hear me? Okay. I might not hear you. If you want, you can just send a text as well, because for technical reasons, I don't hear you that well when I'm talking. So hello, everybody. I'm not really seeing you at the moment, so it's a little bit weird. Do you see my screen? I don't think you do. Wait. Do you see my screen? Can you just... Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so hello, everybody. It's very nice to see all of you. It's an incredibly weird situation to be here online to apply for the position of national president and not even being there at DNA. Just to explain to the people that don't know why I'm not here. So I am actually right now at the Educate Starter, which is a training camp that lasts 8 days, and that happened in the Czech Republic. So we're in the middle of the Czech Republic right now, and we're trying to learn how to design workshops, and basically kind of trying to bring quality workshops back to Switzerland. Just wanted to address this before starting my presentation. So about myself, for people that don't know me, and also for the international guests, my name is Arno. I am the current section manager of ESN Switzerland, which is a position also for the international guests and maybe the people that don't know what I'm doing. It's a position that is basically linked to human resources and to the link between the sections and the national level. So that's what I do right now with ESN. If I have to go a bit more in detail about my life, so as you can see with the pictures, I'm a proud Valaisan or Valuser. You can choose your language. I'm doing a master's in translation. I'm actually at the end of my master's right now. And I'm also working, I mean, I will be starting to work in August at the Federal Department for Home Affairs in Bern as a translator as well. About my mobility life, so I've lived also in many countries. I've lived in Germany, in Norway, I've lived in Ireland, in Austria, but I've done 2 Erasmus, as we can, it's not really Erasmus, but mobilities. My first one was in Dublin, and my second one was in Innsbruck. And it was like a very important part, like a very important milestone in my ESN life, because that's when I really discovered ESN, and that's kind of the reason why I joined ESN afterwards. I currently live in Fribourg. I will move in Bern very soon. I also lived in Geneva, so I kind of know Switzerland quite well, especially from my current position. And small fun fact about me, I see Olten more than my actual mother. Olten is kind of the city that I have to go through all the time. So yeah, that was a fun fact. So I just wanted to give a bit of an explanation of what I've done during my ESN life. So I joined ESN in September 2020. I started as an active member in ESN Geneva. The second semester, I took the position of a vice event manager, mostly organizing parties. And I also took over the position of Welcome Week coordinator. And that was what I've done during that year. I really liked that experience. So the next year I wanted to get even more involved. So I took over the position of event manager of ESN Geneva. And I really liked it. So that's why I wanted to take an extra step again. And that's when I joined the national level. So I took over the position of a national section manager, but I still wanted to keep my roots, let's say, and I'm still active on the local level as an active member, mostly working with HR. And about next year, maybe I will be president, we'll know, but that would be my plan and that would be the logical next step to my ESN life. About the events I've attended, so I've attended NA's Community Weekend. I've also attended the National Erasmus Game last year in Luzern as well, the Luzern Rally, and also the Educate Starter, which is probably one of the most important event of my ESN life, I can say now. Even though I'm not finished, it was really a shaping point that I'm really happy I did, because I believe it is very important that we improve our training. And it was also very important on the personal level, as it is a very, like it's 8 days together with other ESNers from other countries. So we have time to do a lot of reflection as well. I put some pictures of my ESN life, mostly for this year. As you can see, I I really like meeting other sections. That was pretty much my position. I also have the picture of the best team of the network, and also a picture with other NOs. So the picture that you can see at the bottom with representative from ESN Bulgaria, ESN Finland, ESN Latvia, and ESN Denmark. So the question is, why do I want to become president? So first thing, I really like leading people towards their goals. And I think ESN is an organization with a lot of very skilled people and very inspirational people. And one thing that I really like is that they're all very skilled in their own ways. So I would love to be able to lead a team of people that I really admire. So that would be the first step. I also want to empower members, and I want to help them to become their best selves. I'm really interested in the psychology behind the motivation within the network. So I would love to be able to help people to reach their goals. But most importantly, I would really like to support the sections and their projects. I think the local level is so important for our network. I think it's where we all come from. We all started on the local level. And with my current position, I can only say that I really want to help the sections. I want to help the volunteers. I want to help them with their well-being. So that's kind of the big reason why I want to become president. But also, I want to keep on growing, and I want to keep on learning. There's still so many things I want to know. And I think these past days here in the Czech Republic really showed me that I still have many things to learn. And I want to keep on doing this during my future ESN life. Now, why I think you should vote for me. So there are many reasons why I think I could be a good fit for the position. First, as I've said, I'm working with the Swiss Parliament, so I think I believe I have a good understanding of the Swiss political domain. Also, since I'm already involved on a national level, I think I have a good knowledge of the national level, but still on the local level. I have some experience in project management, team management, HR, and communication, so various fields that are mostly linked to my professional domain, but also to my experience here in ESN. I'm really interested in training, as I said before, but also on educational topics. I think it's also good that I live in the center of Switzerland, so it's very easy for me to go around. With my position, I also believe I know the needs of every section in the network. And so I also speak French, German, English, and my Italian is not perfect, but it's there. So that's also one thing, one other reason why I think you should vote for me. About my application, you've probably read my application form, or at least I hope you've done. If I have to sum up a bit, so I really want to increase the collaborations between sections. I think it is something that is very, very cool. I think ESN Switzerland is doing a great job, and I want to keep on working on this. But I also want to work on national cohesion within the national level to have more communication, to have an amazing collaboration, and that is one important part of my application form. I also really value sustainable and national mobility. I think national mobility is something that we don't talk enough about. I think our country is so varied. You can go from Geneva to Cour, you can go from Basel to Lugano, and you feel like you're in a complete other country. And it is also a very sustainable way of doing mobility. So that's something I would really like to work towards. I want to work also towards sustainable and healthy development of network. What I mean with this is I want to keep on helping sections on a very healthy way. I don't want the sections to do too much work that don't make sense. I think we just need to help each other. It's all about collaborations. So that is a very important thing for me. Also transparency. I think it is something that we all value in the Swiss network, having a very transparent and efficient information flow. And yeah, basically leading the national level and working with all teams on all domains. About the collaborations, I mean, there's international level that I would really like to collaborate with. During these past days, I think it really showed me how important it is to work with other ENOs and to learn and to share good practices. Of course, with external stakeholders as well. I put Movetia, VSS, UNES, Swiss universities, Swiss core, etc. But it is something that I think is very important. And also, as I said before, the local sections that I really, really value. And I think that local sections are the base of our knowledge, of our network. So that's a big part of my application, it's collaborations. If I had to give 3 keywords of my application, I would start by transparency. For people that know me, they know that I'm very blunt. I think if something has to be said, it will be said. It's very important to avoid any conflicts, to address the issue and to have all informations about the topic. I also put flexibility. I believe being flexible, do changes, to adapt is very important. We don't know what will happen in our network in the next month. We need to be ready, and we need to be able to change our plans and to be flexible to basically be ready for any challenges. I also put cooperation. I think every voices count. You can be in ESN for just 2 months, and I think your voice already counts. And it's something that I really want to convey with the national president position, is that I want to take all voices and take them into account to then portray them to the rest of the international level and also to our stakeholders. And also sustainability, because what would be Switzerland without sustainability? That is also something that I really value. To finish my presentation, I will give you a small quote from a very good friend of mine. It's Captain Jack Sparrow. So the problem is not the problem is your attitude about the problem. I will leave you to reflect on that. Personally, I understand this quote as you cannot really control the problem that will happen to the network, but basically you can have the right mindset, have the right strategy to then tackle the problem. If you have any questions, I would be super happy to know them. I hope you've also read the ones on Slack. And yeah, thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to see you again in Switzerland.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Quick update. The question is going to be a bit specific because we have to switch every time audio to either we speak, Arno hears us, and then we have to switch so that when Arno can respond. So I would ask you to really think about the concise question because you will not be able to modify it. And you have 20 minutes for the question. And yeah, the speaker list is open.
I would sort the speaker list for Arnaud and Mathieu. Who was first? Back there, I think Axel.
Okay, everyone who has a question. Everyone who has a question for Mathieu, please raise your hand. You will be able to add it's just for the beginning, so we don't have to switch more than we have to. So Dana, David, Pick, Gavin. Procedure, yes. Yes. The question was, is it possible to ask a question to both of them at the same time? The question is yes. I would suggest to wait. I would just suggest to wait after at the end of the speaker list, so it is more for me, basically easier.
Again, speaker list. Who wants to ask Mathieu?
Pick had, Gavin had. Both. Okay, you're both. Okay, only Mathieu. Is there someone who has a specific question for only one person and not two? Dana, you have for Mathieu. Okay. So there's only Dana. Now, does someone have a specific question only for Arnaud? No one. Okay, perfect. This is not going to help, but it's okay. We will manage. We will start with the first question to Mathieu. So Arnaud, yeah, sorry, but you will have to wait, but I think you can hear us at least. So yeah, first question from Dana.
Dana, AC is in Switzerland. Thanks a lot for your presentation. It's great to see that the legacy of ESN EPF is continuing. No, I'm kidding. It's not that important, but you mentioned during your presentation that you're not applying for communication manager, and that's true. But at the same time, president is a position that is very driven externally. You're very front-facing, and you will be driven at some points to have presentation to stakeholders like Movetia, etc. How do you plan to work also on the real presentation side of that? So like the slide making might seem like a small thing, but it's important to be able to have a good presentation to these stakeholders. And also in general, how do you mentioned there's different styles of working. Which style do you want to show as a national president to these stakeholders? More as a fun student organization that is light-hearted, or as a more professional going network? Like presentation and style of presentation maybe that you want to give out. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. I agree that the presentation was kind of whack. To be honest, I have no excuse, but having to juggle between main chair and presentation with the president, I had to do this at 2 a.m. I agree that presenting and having PowerPoint skills, I'd say, is something very important. Well, first of all, I can work in advance for this. There's definitely something that I can use. It's a skill that these practices. I don't usually present anything that don't have specific presentations for specific topic most of the times, but I guess I might have more in the future. So I agree this is an important aspect. Then for the question about presenting in front of stakeholders, if it's more fun or serious to say, it depends on the public. Let's say at NAs, I feel like having too serious slides doesn't. It would have to be complementary to the actual assembly in front of us. So in front of an assembly, it's much easier to be more fun in a way and bring the fun aspect of ESN outside. But of course, it has to be serious when speaking to stakeholders afterwards. and showing that we actually do something. Since national assemblies are attended by newbies, oldies, and everyone else, then it's a much more broad population.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. Now we will proceed. I don't know. Were you asking a question or commenting?
This is actually more powerful than I expected.
Please.
Sorry, Angelo, and I'm from ESN Lugano, but I'm delegating a question from Giulio del Giudice with ESN Milan, and also he takes part in our section 2. For Mathieu, how do you envision to continue the collaboration with Intermundo, CSAJ, and UNES for the rejoinment of Switzerland and Erasmus+? Do you know what has been done so far?
I mean, as of right now, I obviously don't know all of the things that have been discussed. One of the things I didn't mention in Slack questions was a great transition should be made from former to actual present, or new present from the former one. As of right now, I don't know all the intricacies of the role, and even if I wanted to, it's hard to just find this information. And this is information that you only get if you're actually in the position. So I don't have all the information. I don't have all the partnerships right now, to be honest. I don't have all the insight that has been made throughout the years, simply because I haven't looked for it, yes, but it's also information that you get on the spot or during the transition to the next president. So as of right now, I agree that these are important collaborations, and that joining back Erasmus+ is an important topic, but I don't have any more information on
that. Is there any specific question only for Mathieu? Yes, you have one? Yeah, just wait for the name and section.
Yes, in Switzerland. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you both for your presentations. It's amazing to see 2 candidates present. I'm very proud. I have a question to you, Mathieu. So you mentioned that you emphasize the fact that you come from ESN Luzern, that obviously, like, there's a heritage of that in the past, myself included. But I also wanted to say that being national president is also means going beyond the local section and thinking like more nationally. And you specifically said that you know what the section should or shouldn't do, right? But you seem to have a very good overview of Lauzern's structure and procedures. But what do you think would it take for you to have a better overview of the network so that you can really get this overarching, more national overview of what sections should do or shouldn't do?
Small procedural comment, please direct your voice to the smart catchback.
Yeah.
No, it was okay, but it's just for further questions.
Yeah.
So in the network, thank you for the question, by the way. In the question, we have sections from many different sizes. It ranges from small, or relatively small, to bigger ones. And we have, it feels like since the recent time, there's a lot more collaboration within national events. So a lot of it is actually sharing information from one section to the other. Obviously, some sections have all the sections have different problems to handle, and the problems of smaller sections are not the ones of the bigger sections, but larger sections also have to learn from smaller sections, as they have much more direct contact with in exchange students, or maybe direct contact with ESNers within that section. So everyone has to learn. Of course, let's say I understand more how a bigger section works and all the intricacies of that go with leading a much bigger group of 100 more people. And one aspect that I would want to do is there is a drive called Sharing is Caring, in which the idea is that local sections share the events maybe they do, the tips, the guidelines they have in order to have these guidelines open for all of the sections in Switzerland. As of right now, I feel like the latest document that's been put on, correct me if I'm wrong, dates back from a couple of years. And I feel like that drive isn't as used as much as it could be. But this is for all sections. So bigger sections can understand from smaller ones, and smaller ones can understand from bigger ones. It's not only one way. So in that sense, everyone can learn from each other during national events. I hope this answers your question.
Okay, now, Chanel, do you have a question only for Mathieu or for everyone? Okay. Now we will proceed for the question for both. It will take some time, but we will start with Mathieu answering, then we will switch to audio so that Arno can answer, then we will switch back so that we can. It's gonna be okay, don't worry. Wait, another question? Only for Mathieu? To both. Okay, speakers list. You can, yes, and Lugano. David, you start. Yeah, David. If you.
Is it question from or just right?
Yeah.
Okay. So David, yes, in Switzerland, thank you for applying both for the position as national president. I have one simple question for you. How do you envision managing your ESN work, your ESN tasks, and your real life work, real life? Yeah, outside of ESN. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's true that it's hard to actually get out of it, but having important deadlines or periods of time on which you can work on it is an important factor. I'm guilty of not doing at a local section. I'm still learning. But at the national level, it feels like the deadlines are much more explicit, and the time to do some events are much more spaced in time, whereas in local section kind of comes at you whenever it wants to. So treating jobs similarly to a 9-to-5 job, or taking the role similarly as a 9-to-5 job, or having only specific times in the day to work on it, makes it so that one would have a much more organized schedule, agenda, and have time on the side to contribute to their own individual. Yeah, I think that answers your question.
Okay, now Arno, we will switch to you. 1 second. If you don't hear us anymore, it's that you can talk.
Okay, do you hear me? Do you? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for your question, David. I think it's actually a very, very important question and something that we overlook. To answer in details, I will actually be finished with my master's at the end of this semester. And I actually found a job that is part-time. I was expecting, even if it was not the position of national president, I was expecting to do something after my master's, and I wanted to keep some time off. So I decided to take on a part-time job. So I will be working 80% to have at least one time that I fully can commit to ESN, at least 1 per week, even 2 if needed. But I will still like to keep some time off. Also, the small breaks, I actually really value them. I think it is super important. I also, I actually do small breaks even in my calendar. So it is something that I'm planning. So I really value this. This is why I took these measures. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, it's my fault. I think now, Arnaud, you should be able to hear us, right? If you can just put your thumb up.
I hear you.
You said yes. Okay. Next question on the speakers list is from Mohik. Sorry? Okay. Gavin? So again, we will first let Mathieu answer, then let Arnaud answer.
Okay, Gavin is in Germany. Switzerland has an NR, and both you mentioned shifting a lot of international communication to the NR. I believe from experience that connecting to national presidents and talking to them one-on-one is one of the greatest ways to share knowledge within the ESN network. To what extent will you be able to do that, and to what extent will you delegate international tasks? I know this is partially been asked, but in the interest of knowledge transfer, I want to re-ask the question.
Thank you for the question. Just to clarify, this would be, the broader question is how to interact more, how to interact with the national representative as president. Is that
up to you? I mean, how do you interact with other national presidents and share your problems if you want to do it through an
So I did answer in the staff questions that the role I have with the NR as a representation or as communicating a much more broader opinion of the whole NO kind of overlaps. And so in that sense, working with the NR would be having his task delegated to him. And then I would also go in that direction and help him. And for the different relationships with other national presidents, I see this similar to the ones I have with local presidents as of right now. So we do have presidents, meaning we do have times where we do see each other. There was a presence meeting, a physical presence meeting. And in that, at that time, we did share information about how if we had some problems or how other sections dealt with their situations, and there's a lot of communication how each one does their thing, and then there's a lot of learning outcomes out of this discussing just with other. Okay, there's a lot to learn just by discussing with other national presidents or local presidents at a local section, local level, and. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Reaction from yes? No, yes.
Yes, in Switzerland. Maybe just a quick reaction to that. On the international level, you can't just delegate everything to one single person, because national presidents have like a group of their own, they have calls of their own, etc. So eventually, even if they delegate a lot of stuff to the NR, which was done over the past years already, you still have some part to play. So eventually, I think in general cases, they will have to be implicated in some way or another.
Okay, perfect. Now, Arnaud, we will switch to you, so you can answer the question.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I have to ask you again, do you hear me? Okay.
Can someone put a thumbs up for Arnaud?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can talk, Arnaud.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. It is a very interesting question. I believe the most important thing with TNR is to be on the same page, to have regular meetings to make sure that the president and the national representative are 100% on the same page on everything. And then it comes to task distribution. Sometimes DNR can do things. Sometimes it is the president's duty to do it. Since the president has to do also many other things than international representation, sorry, I think it's very important to be able to distribute tasks to the DNR. But the most important is that both positions, the national president and the national representative, have to agree on everything, basically. Thank you for your question.
Okay, now we're back. Small procedural comment. Mathieu, you are more or less at the 10% of the questions, so now I will to give your responses to seconds. Arnaud, I know you still have a lot of time, but also if you could condense it, it would be nice agenda-wise. Next question on the speaker list was yes. Hold on. Okay. Angelo?
Cool. Angelo, yes, and Lugano, again, delegating for Giulio. It's a good question for both. Rather than upgrade this year, join the closing conference project to ESN. Yeah. I've been participated in the event for bringing the important contribution when it comes to sustainability. Yes.
Just that go through is important. That yes, already yes, and we're concluding that project instead of now I don't
So, yeah. Yep.
Question was this year the closing conference of the big project of Luzern IUCN, SNCH and myself very active in this project. How do you participate in the for giving the funding contribution when it comes to
I don't join your computer with computer audio, like to join the call with computer audio without my doesn't work either.
Your question? Okay.
Okay, do you hear me? Okay, do you hear me? I'm really sorry about this. So from what I've understood from the question, you're asking about Erasmus upgrade and how I would participate in the event for sustainability, if I understand it well. Um, so I will not lie, I have less knowledge than Yas in sustainability, of course. I think it would be very important to have an extensive chat before attending the event, but I would like to really be active in the discussions. I think ESN Switzerland is an NO that is doing really well in terms of sustainability. I think we have many things that we can bring to the international network. So I would like to first have a chat to discuss what we've achieved so far, what we can bring to the international network, and then actively participate during Erasmus upgrade, if possible.
So I unmute, no, yeah, because you don't mute. Wait, 1 second. Can you? Okay, perfect.
Hello, Arno, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, perfect. So Axel, EPFL, have a very experience, but you went some experience on one level experience with a position very close to the section. So what, in your opinion, are the pros about what would make you a good president according to the good you had, and what do you think you are missing?
Thank you very much.
Matthew answering. In my case, I would say being local president pose is, you're very diverse in all the things that you have to manage, as well as managing the actual team. In the case of Luzern, it's a very big team. So in terms of national, is much more aware of all the different collaborations he has, all the different collaborations ESN Switzerland has, and he already knows PND and he's already worked a year in it. So in that sense, he has a lot more advantage, let's say, in that. And so, yeah, those are the main pros and main cons.
Okay, goes on. I know if you understood the question, otherwise we can just send it to you.
Maybe I can try to rephrase it.
No,
Sorry.
Thumbs up. So Axel, I will ask you to send it. In the meanwhile, I will just do that now because is there everyone who wants to be on the speakers, you raise your hand, even if we already added you? Okay, only you three. Okay, perfect. Now, Arno, now we will switch to you.
Okay, maybe I can talk if you understand, if you hear me right now. So I will, yeah. Okay, perfect. So it is a very interesting question. Thank you very much, Axel. I think there are many pros about being in DNL. I think you see what's happening, let's say, behind the scenes. You understand what every role is doing. You understand the whole, also the whole fact that we're working in all different cities. You understand how it works, the dynamic a bit. I would say not being a local president, it brings a very different perspective. I don't have the experience of managing a section, but I also believe that there's a good thing about not being the president, local president, is I've always been used to collaborate rather than lead. And I think it's very interesting because I believe I can collaborate, do a lot of active listening, do a lot of listening to others' opinion. And I've always tried to include everybody, include everybody's opinion. So I think that is a con, not being a local president, of course, but it also brings different perspective to applying for the national president. Thank you. Okay, so I don't hear you, but I will try to answer. Do you hear me again? So I'm really sorry to ask this question all the time. Do you? Okay, do you hear me now, maybe? Yes? No? Do you hear me? Nope. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Okay.
Hello, Arnaud. Can you give me a thumbs up? Awesome.
Can I answer the question?
Wait, Arnaud.
Yes.
Wait, yeah,
Test.
he can hear us. He can hear us. We
I
fixed it.
believe I can fly.
Yes? Okay, I can answer. Perfect. Thank you very much for your question. I don't know who asked it, but thank you. I think it's a very interesting question as well. Actually, I will say something very sad to my section of ESN Geneva, but I'm planning to leave ESN Geneva next year, and I would really like to apply for ESN Bern if they accept me. If they don't accept me, I can always try to ask ESN Fribourg. Maybe they would still accept me, but yeah, no, I'm joking. But I'm really planning to still be active on the local level. Of course, you don't have that much time on the side of the national president position, but I think it's very important to still be involved on the local level to understand local level problems. And as I said during my presentation, the local level is where it all starts. So I would like to try to be as active as possible on the local level without interfering too much with the position with the task of the national president. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the question. So basically, as I said, the national president has to be present inside Switzerland, outside Switzerland, and I think it is very important to keep a balance to still be present inside Switzerland because after the national president of Switzerland, but things like I don't know, International Education Committee meeting. I think it is something that as the national president, you have to attend. Those are very important topics. But over an NA, I think it would also depend on the vice president, because if the vice president is there, which I guess he would be there at the NA, it would be something that we can discuss. It also depends on what the topics of the events are. If there are very serious topics that needs to be addressed, and that I would need to be there. But I think it's all about balance, about being there inside Switzerland and outside Switzerland. Thank you. Okay, it is a very interesting question. Okay. I would say, thank you for your question, Oliver. I believe I believe that Matthew and me are both qualified for this. I think Matthew would be a great candidate as well for the position of national president. I think he also has experience on the local level, maybe the position of national president I didn't have. Yeah, I think Mathieu has a lot of strength. He's super involved. I think he's also super open-minded. He has a very strong importance within the Swiss network, and I would totally understand why people choose Mathieu over me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Arno, for your answers and your presentation. We have only one question left for Mathieu. I will repeat it for everyone and also for the live stream. I understand if you have urgent matters in the training, you can go because there's no more questions for you. And we wanted to thank you and hope you're enjoying a great time.
Thank you so much, everybody. So happy.
You understand already. Okay, I will repeat the question for the live stream. Question from Oliver, ESN Luzern. Why should the section choose the other candidate with a clarification of basically what reason should the section choose the other candidate over you?
Thank you very much for the question. Very intelligent. Arno is definitely qualified for the job, even more than I am. He has much more knowledge in just ESN in general. He's been longer in the section in ESN. He has done way more different kinds of roles in the section. He's more involved in the Swiss network. He's also involved internationally. So in that sense, he has a much broader perspective of everything. And even in his role as section manager, he has this social skills where he actually goes out and asks he went to all the different sections individually to ask how they're going, how they're doing. And he tried to really do his best to bond with each and every section. So in that sense, on every aspect of what the role of president asks, he is more than qualified to do anything.
Okay, thank you also, Mathieu, for your presentation and for your time. And yeah, I think we can also upload Mathieu. I would also ask you to not look at the agenda because we are definitely going to be late. We apologize for this, but between all the internet connection issues and the microphone issues, and also because it's a very important topic, I think it's understandable. We have a procedural comment from Yas. Dana's question was only for Arno. Yeah. So maybe I didn't specify, my bad. Now I give you back your main chair. Thank you for supporting me. It was an enjoyable time.
Okay, now it should be a much easier process since all the candidates are doing this physically, and I mean they'll be upstairs up here, and they won't have any problems with the systems. So I would gladly call up. Well, for the it's not vice president, it's the treasurer. Oliver, are you ready for your?
Did you guys change the title?
Because I wrote it differently.
So yeah, candidating for the position of national treasurer or treasurer. Who am I outside of ESN? I've lived in quite a bunch of places. Yeah, the flags got changed out, but I was born in Switzerland. Then at the time, my parents were living in Hungary. Then we moved back to Switzerland, and then I moved to Italy. Then I moved to Canada, and then back to Switzerland, and now to Norway, and now back in Switzerland. I study mechanical engineering here in Luzern. During my exchange, I got roped into another student organization where we build submarines and boats that are mainly used for scientific purposes and also things like oil industry for pipeline inspections and that fun stuff. This is the underwater robot. It's fully autonomous. You can just throw it into the sea and then it basically does everything by itself. Yeah, since we use quite strong chemicals, we have to dress up in dodgy looking clothing. This is us building the pontoon with epoxy. That's basically if you take a sniff of it, you'll see blue and then you die. But yeah. Yeah, apart from studying, I also like to do endurance and adventure sports, open water sailing. I very much enjoy hiking and being in the mountains and seeing cool things like the Northern Lights and kayaking. That's also, yeah. Just basically, if it's outside and risky, then it's fun. Who am I in ESN? Headache constantly. I joined ESN in August 21. So yeah, I've been around a lot, not too long. My first ever ESN event, unlike many people, was a national event. I went to a CV. I didn't know anything about ESN. I didn't know anyone apart from our local president. And she just asked me to chat like, hey, does anyone want to go? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And then, yeah, I got roped into the national level stuff pretty quickly. Here I'm with the community meeting of the treasurers and BFCH last year in May, and I presented some like treasurer fancy schmancy new tools. Yeah. Yeah, what I also enjoy, or I used to enjoy doing it a lot more than I do it now, is stealing mascots. I've even stolen the precious Gigi. Yeah. So now to the actual important stuff. Why do I want to become a treasurer? I believe that the word finance is still something that releases terror and despair in a lot of people when they hear it or have to deal with it. And I think that's something that shouldn't necessarily be. I also want to improve on my knowledge in the financial management of companies or associations because I enjoy it and I plan on doing it more. And lastly, I think the BFCH community needs better memes than it currently has. And then the last reason is because someone's making me do it. But so then why should the sections choose me? I've been a local treasurer for a year. And I was last year's auditor, as you saw this morning. I've been very active on the national level since the very beginning. I've gone to every national and international event that I could sign myself up for. I'm good with numbers and large data sets, and I know Swiss German, which is quite rare in the national board. And yeah, the last thing, do you really want to go up against Elena's wishes? Like, yeah, you can, but good luck. So, and then since I'm running alone, and I think, yeah, I want to make it a bit hard for myself. Why should the sections not choose me? ESN is generally not my whole life. I have other things in my life, so I will not drop, and I also don't drop everything in my life if there is, like, obviously always depending on the, like, if ESN Switzerland is about to go bankrupt, yes. But if someone doesn't have a refund in time, I'm not gonna break myself or, yeah, quit something else that's more important, like an exam. The other thing is, I can't say for sure that I'm staying in Switzerland once I'm done my bachelor, because, yeah, I will take wherever I get a job. And then the last thing is, maybe you like Elena so much more and you just want her to stay, so you, yeah. Then on to my projects and plans and what I plan to do with my position. The first thing is make everything, the whole money stuff, simple, so that it looks like the above thing and not the lower thing. Pay for example, that we can pay for the NAs with our credit cards instead of doing the bank transfers and all that annoying stuff, or that we have Twint or whatever other payment options you can think of. I also want to have idiot-proof budgets so that everyone has less work, so that you can give it to someone and they can't mess it up. It happens far too often, and it annoys everyone, especially the treasurer. And the last thing is get rid of useless bureaucracy, because I find that annoying and I can't stand it. Then the next one, it's a bit controversial. I'm very sorry, Elena, but yeah, the refund thing, I'm not a fan of it. I want to make them easier again, so that, because currently I think everyone spends way too much time with refunds, and it's just useless time. We don't have a lot of time per se, since it's volunteering. So we shouldn't spend our time on stuff that could be done automatically. And yeah, the National Treasury is not a professional refunder. We have better things to do than that. And so I want to introduce a system like in a company or something where the things are just put in, and yeah, just makes life easier. Even if it does cost more than the current thing that is for free, I think it's a worthwhile investment. Next thing, I want to introduce credit cards to especially to the national board members, so that you guys can pay directly without using your personal funds. This also means that there's less refunds, since no money is going from your bank accounts into Swiss bank account and then back and forth. And it also do bulk payments, like for example, we did now for the EGM, where everyone paid the Swiss ESN Switzerland, and then ESN Switzerland sent the massive payment out to the international, which avoids fees and unnecessary, yeah. Then the next thing, BFCH, it's serious business. I want to just make it more professional, and for example, have the auditing process maybe also professionalized or be done by an external person, since this will help with more big tickets, like donors or investors, because if they see that we do it professionally, they're more likely to invest. And also that auditors get hoodies. Personal gripe. Then the BFCH community needs to be even more sexier than it currently is. Very important. I want to encourage more discussions and like talks, because currently the BFCH community, it has improved since I started, but it can still be more active and talkative. I also want to have incentives so that people do participate, like goodies and yeah, sorry. Yeah, and then of course also do like fun activities that have nothing to do with what we do. So go paintballing or go for a dinner, So just we do something other than our volunteer work. And theme of the month, very important. Then the last thing, it has always been on my mind, and recently because I fucked up something in my section, I think it's an important thing, is helping out the local sections with liquidity problems, basically. So have something like an emergency liquidity fund where, for example, if one section is unable to pay something to another section, the ESN Switzerland can pay it for them so that another section doesn't suffer. And then the other thing is, for example, small sections like Hur or I don't know, the other ones that don't have a huge fund or like budget can get grants, for example, for the NA in before so that you can have money to reserve stuff. I'm almost done. And lastly, it's high time that ESN Switzerland gets these. Come on. A nice sailing yacht, a nice private jet, and most importantly, and yeah, basically a big thanks to Elena and everyone else that has gotten me to this point. There has been very many people that I've met throughout my ESN life. And yeah, you've all contributed to me getting it. And then some nice memes to finish it off. The most important one is this one. Elena's. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I will now open the speakers list. Oh, I didn't see which hand raised first, so I'll just go row by row. I think that's the most, or maybe the enemy candidates at the end. Maybe okay, we'll do row by row, starting at the end. Axel, Sandrine, Timothée, Mary, Louise, Leutrim, Schneeb, Yuri, David, and Jas. Your name is on the Louise, your name is on the list as well. Did you raise your hand for the question? Yeah, so your name is on the hand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Axel should have Oliver. Axel should have the catwalk. Axel.
Next shot.
Stick with numbers, man. It's okay, he can pay for it.
Everyone, please.
Axel, ESN EPFL. So you say the ESN is not the everything in your life, but also inside ESN there is national and local level, and you just have been elected president. So I was wondering how you think you will be involved in the local level for the next year.
My plan is to leave my presidency in the summer. I am very, with much effort, trying to find someone to replace me. We have some candidates. We have also a lot of new members in ESN Luzern, thankfully. So the chances are very good that I can do this so that I can, for one, keep within the guidelines that national board members are not local board members. And also, I think it's not fair to be a national board member and also have your local section, because I think your time should be dedicated to one of the things.
To make things easier and not break everything in the room, we'll ask every person who has a question come up front, so that the questions just go back to back. So if I could call at least Sandrine, Timothée, Mary, and Louise from your row to come up in front of the stage to ask your question, and then once Louise has finished her question, the next row can come up and ask their question, and then so on and so forth. If you don't have an idea of, could you come all up in front? I will put up the speakers list so we can see. And then as the agenda is quite not followed at all, we will limit the questions to that question only, and a quick response from the candidate. Sandrine, you can ask your question.
So Sandrine, ESN Neuchâtel, I was wondering if you already done a budget for all those expenses you're planning on making, about the cards, the external auditor, the payment system. So did you like count how much that would cost to ESN Switzerland?
No, I haven't. I know that they cost. I'm very well aware that everything costs. I have not made any plans because I've had other things to do before that. I'm sorry. But yeah, of course, there's probably, I'm gonna have a priority list of things that I think are more important to have, and then it will be depending on how much money, like how much we can grow our income, and then slowly I will be able to work through that list.
If I have a second question, I have to like wait. Okay. It's not my turn.
Hello, Timothée from ESN France. I would like to know how you want to handle your relation with other countries on process the payment flow, because today, when you want to pay in francs, you on with euro or with something else, with pound or something, you have to pay in francs. On, I don't know if you want to accept euro or pounds or something like this.
I mean, ideally, if you could pay with credit cards, it wouldn't matter too much.
Yeah.
But I think in the end, I would like to do it so that it's easiest for everyone. So even if that means that we, for example, if you pay in euros and we get slightly less Swiss francs, that it's just an expense that's tolerable, like it's a tolerable financial loss, because it's marginal. So yes, definitely you should be able to pay in whatever is your home currency.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Hi, Oliver. Thanks for your presentation. You already touched on what I wanted to ask, so I'm not going into detail. But basically, ESN Luzern owes Bern some money, and it's more like a question from us. So, as a treasurer on the national level, you're responsible for other large sums of money, and it is important to ensure that all bills are paid on time to maintain secure relationships with all the stakeholders. So our question is, how can we have assurance from you that you will act responsibly with the budget of ESN Switzerland if your section owes Bern like really a large sum of money? And I think you already touched on that. And yeah, I mean, do you plan to include this incident for us, which is very important, in your plan, or how are you going to solve that?
Like, yeah, that's like that incident is partially why I put in the emergency funds, so that things like that, and Switzerland can take the responsibility, and not that your local section is impacted. And also, I won't be on exchange when I'm national auditor, so I'm actually here because that was national treasurer. So, basically it was just a big sum of problems that led to us not having enough funds, so that's why we currently can't pay you the full sum back, but we have a plan, and that's
Perfect, thank you. I'm Louise from ESN Neuchâtel. I think you may have answered the question, but during your PowerPoint, you, and I quote, fucked up in your section. So I just wanted to like learn a little bit more about what was the problem and how you got through it, and if you have like a specific go-to method to deal with like issues concerning finance and everything.
Yeah, so basically what happened is ESN Luzern got invited to ski weekend by ESN Bern. The thing is, I was on exchange, and both me and the IROs both forgot about the semester. yeah, basically we get money from the IROs every semester, and that somehow got forgotten on both sides. And we have enough money, but now that we also organize the NA on top of it, our bank account just ran dry in January. And now we're slowly getting back. So it's, yeah, I mean, obviously it's, the bigger the problem is, the more focused I am on solving it. With this one, especially since it is almost 10 grand, it is a big issue, and I want to get it solved, and we have a plan to solve it with Bern, that we do 4 installments so that they get it back by the end of March.
Okay, thank you.
Delphine, ESN Luzern. So basically, my question is about the tools, the accounting tools that you mentioned. Will the BFCH community be included in the development or the selection of these tools, and how would that look like if so?
I would definitely find it cool if ESN Switzerland unifies their financial things. But I know that realistically that is not possible, because I know, for example, Lausanne or Geneva have accounting that's like according to their university. So we can't just tell them like, hey, you guys have to use our stuff, because it's just not going to happen. The IROs want it that way. But for sure, if sections are going to ask us like, hey, we find it cool and we would like to use it, of course, I think there should be chances that they also can implement it, because it helps everyone.
Schnell, in Switzerland, it's cool that I'm right after Lithium, because my question goes in the same direction. So do you plan to implement SAP in Switzerland? Maybe not such a heavy tool, but heavier IT tools. Maybe you were making some comments about the expense request forms. There was a PDF. I think you have in mind to replace it by something with like a form where you can actually type the fields directly. That would save it somewhere automatically.
Yeah.
So my question, I'm going to your point.
Sorry.
My question is, do you think we have enough IT resources to implement such heavier systems, or do you plan to do it yourself?
I think it is a good question, because we cannot have, like we see that ESN always struggles with IT. And that's why I also said that I'm prepared to pay more money for it, if it means that we only get to deal with like the simple ends, so that we don't have to also host it or maintain it or anything, so that we can just get a program, slap it on a server, and then it works. Which, yes, I know it's IT, it's never that easy, but for example, have just like the web page use something that is already like hosted, and like, for example, Squarespace, and not use the ESN one that is, as trash as everyone knows.
Yes, Yuri, ESN Switzerland. Thank you very much for your candidacy. I am a big fan of memes, so I appreciated that part. My question would be, you mentioned introducing credit cards, which would be making things much more easy. But my question is, how would you ensure controlling? Because then each board member would, or NL member would just have a random credit card that they could technically buy groceries for themselves. So would you then like go through the statement and check all of the transactions?
I mean, obviously I will check transactions. Like if I see someone buying themselves electronics or gifts, I'm gonna like obviously flag them and tell them like one more time, and then I would probably revoke the credit card privilege, because yeah, it's company money and it's not your own money, so it should be used for company things.
So you would check the statement regularly? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, in Switzerland. Thank you for your presentation. Really cool to have new cool ideas coming in terms of improving our infrastructures. But that's exactly my question. You talked a lot about improving financial tools, but I've seen no mention of grants, exploration of new funding opportunities, etc. Do you want to prioritize improving financial tools over exploring grants because you just that's your plan? Or...
I think for a first part, yes, just because I think it's more important for the network to have a more like easier life so that we save time. And then in a second step, when we have our life under control, we would then go exploring and hunting bigger donators and investors.
Okay. I would love to have billionaires.
Okay. No? Okay. The one thing I want to ask, it's covered by us, so the same thing, but I have other. Can I go? Yes. So my first question is about the community, because our community is important to me, and what are like concrete action that you will take to make sure that the community is always involved and can be more and more active on the, for like a national, like in the national discussion and also in the well, in general.
I mean, one thing is for sure, like to keep the financial stuff fun, like I did this morning with the auditor presentation, so that people don't necessarily associate financial stuff with boredom. And something else, as I said, have incentives to participate. Like, for example, I know a lot of companies have prizes each month for like a good solution that helps them improve like time savings in a production assembly or something. And do something similar like that. For example, if someone brings up an idea, for example, a new budget template, that they also then get rewarded for that, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. Sandrine, ESN Neuchâtel. I have a follow-up question regarding the credit cards. So you were talking about grocery shopping, but if someone decides to buy themselves a new computer for 1,000 francs, with the credit card, how are you going to treat that? What would be the procedures? How would you manage that? Or make sure that this isn't possible, or I don't know.
I mean, for sure have a limit, like a daily max limit and a monthly limit, so that for sure doesn't happen. And you can set that quite low, and if then there is a reason to have a bigger expense, then you can, for example, text me and then I can raise that limit, but not that there's just 5,000 grand on each card waiting to be used. So yeah, just strict control basically. And if it does happen that someone steals 4,000 francs, then obviously get the police involved. Yeah. To like get the police involved or whatever, like, yeah.
Is there any more questions in the assembly? I suggest we close the speaker list. Okay.
Hey, Dana, ACS in Switzerland. My question might have been covered before because I was away, but just tell me in case. It's about the professionalization strategy of ESN Switzerland and the fact that, as you know, we might be developing into a secretariat and going into like having employees working in the bureau. How do you see this working out financially? What do you see a restructuring of our finances necessary there or not?
There probably is some restructuring necessary, but I think especially we just need more income. That's basically. And I think the only way we can get more income is by appearing as professional as possible, so that people look like, so that when someone is a potential interest, they see, okay, these guys are taking themselves seriously and they're not just a kindergarten that's throwing around money. Yeah. I don't know if that answers the question. Yes, Shneb?
Yeah, a quick reaction to that, because I've been involved in XAJ, which is, I mean, the top syndicate of all the youngest youth associations in Switzerland, which is a bit maybe the further step for us, which they have a secretariat, etc. And the only way they get money is by applying to projects. and by applying to projects, by applying to grants. And that happens if you have people that work all the time making grant applications. So it's kind of also a vicious cycle because you get more people to do more project application to get more money, etc. So to be considered and to be discussed with the whole network, I would say, because I'm not sure
it's a
what to-
complicated subject for sure.
Can I also react? Thank you. Actually, that's also one of the main things, because what's been happening at the moment right now in Switzerland, that we have the treasurer who does the grants application, I mean, of course, with the president helping and everything, but which is actually in all of the other, in many other NOs, which is a separate position, who writes the application and who applies for the grants, and most of the time is the secretary, the person that works. So that's actually also some things that we've discussed a lot in these past 2 years, I would say, about having applied for some huge grants, which also other associations do to get like an employee to do, which can increase the grants like a lot. Yeah, so this.
Axel, ESN PFL. As treasurer, you will need to deal a lot with deadlines for payments or refunds. And I noticed you are the only candidate not to answer the question on Slack. So I know there is the NA and so on.
Wait,
but
sorry. Can you start over again?
Sorry. So as treasurer, you will have a lot of deadlines. Yeah. And there was like a deadline on Slack to answer the questions and you are the only candidate not to answer. I know there is the NA and so on, and you are pretty busy. But so how do you handle time management in normal times?
Yeah, I realized that I didn't answer them. So but I also think that I enjoy answering them more in my presentation. So yeah, like, yes, it was a thing. I just had too many deadlines. So something like answering questions is a lower priority to me than making sure that the NA goes smoothly. So yeah, I prioritize and I do as much as I can, and the rest, yeah, I let it burn.
Thank you all for your questions, and thank you, Oliver, for your presentations. I think we can give a round of applause. You can go back. I'm calling now Axel up to the stage for the NR, National Representative presentation. I just need to do it.
Hello, everyone. Last one before the break, so I will try to put a bit of energy because I know you all want to go to eat something. So, no, wrong button. So, yeah, I'm applying for the position of national representative. And so, yeah, that's me. So who am I? I'm Axel. I'm from Valais originally. And what I'm doing now, I'm doing my master thesis at EPFL. Globally, what I do, I'm playing with fibers and lasers all the time. And yeah, what more about me? So I am from ESN PFL, and I went in exchange in KTH in Sweden, Stockholm. And yeah, one fun fact about me is I have a problematic addiction to cheese and chocolate, like every Swiss people, right? So yeah, what about my experience? So first, in the local level, I joined ESN in 2019. And after one semester being newbie, I joined the local board for being event manager. And I stayed there for 4 semesters. So I was most of the time excursion event manager, so managing the trips for exchange students. And during this time, I have also been welcoming coordinator at the same time. So I organized my welcoming during the COVID. And then after a little break, because I was doing some other stuff with ESN Switzerland. And since June now, I'm the local representative of the section. So next step, obviously, national representative. So I have also been active on the national level. So yeah, so I have been a national event manager of ESN Switzerland last year. So yeah, you probably saw me quite a lot. And I also created, and I'm still coordinating the ESN invitation project. So a project for the collaboration for our sections. Other than that, I was the head of OC of the last NA, and I was in the OC also for the Swiss train rally. So yeah, four times I think, and I joined many Swiss NAs. I think today is my 9th one, and also a few community weekends. I organized 2 community weekends. So pretty active also in the national level. But there is also the international level now. So what I'm doing, I'm currently in the network committee of ESN International. So I'm part of the Spotlight team. So my role is like to spy on the section every month to elect the best section of the month and the best activity of the month. Something really fun to do, and I really like it. And also I went to many events abroad. So I went 4 times to NAs abroad. So in Czech Republic, in France, twice in Austria, once as touring team. And yeah, many other like ESN international events, such as EGM, Web, NBT, Netix. But yeah, picture break now. So yeah, this is some of the pictures that I took during all my international events. So yeah, it was at EGM at the bottom with the Czech people I met at the NA, NBT, the Austrians, NAs. And yeah, so as you can see, it's something I really like to do, and I'm very interested in the international level of ESN. Not only for the fun part, of course, but yes as well. So what are my motivations to be national representative? So first, I want to be national representative because it's part of the national board, and I want to have an impact on ESN Switzerland. I think now I'm in ESN since quite a long time. I have the knowledge now to see what is good to improve in Switzerland, in ESN. I also love the idea about the connection with the other NOs. I managed during international events to make friends, and I discover many other ideas, and I want to continue to collaborate with other NOs as well. Also, I really love the connection with the international level, like the international board. I think it's something really great that someone from Switzerland could speak up on the issue we have. For example, as we are not an EU country, sometimes they forget us, and I think it's really something very important I want to do, like to speak up for. Also, this one is a bit less formal, but meeting new friends, of course, because going to being an NR means going to international events, meeting some new people, and I think this is something that we all join ESN for meeting new people, and I think it's something that really motivates me. I really love best practices and so much from other NOs, and I really want to share them here in Switzerland, but also share our best practices to the other networks. And also as well, the LR community. This year I was in the LR community. It was not very active, but I think there is something to do with it. So I really want to manage to be like a good coordinator for it and make all the section very involved. But my main motivation, I put it at the last time, but I also have a slide for it. It's my involvement in ESN Switzerland. It really motivates me just to be involved, like in the Swiss community. This is something that really motivates me daily. Like just thinking, oh, this week, oh yeah, there will be the NA this time. I can see some mascots, yeah. But really something that I really love, and I really feel part of the family of Switzerland. And this is my main motivation. So what do I want to do as an NR? So the first one is to be representative in Switzerland or to the international level. So what does it mean? I cannot explain before, but really speak up for ESN Switzerland, but not only from the national level, but for all the sections. So what I really want to do is to get involved by giving them more updates more often, to be able to represent the 14 sections and not only the national level. And this is something I really want to do. Also, to reinforce our LR committee, I was in the LR committee this year, and at the beginning, I felt that most of the LR didn't really know what to do and what they could do. So the first thing I want to do is to create a survival guide for LR to really explain to them the position, what they can do, and to explain to them like all the basics of ESN, international and national, so they can be active on the local level. And yeah, as I said before, I really want to give frequent updates to get their opinions, and of course, increasing the collaboration with other NOs is one of my main priorities. Have an active communication with many of them. I work with Slack, which countries I will put the priority on. I want, of course, to go abroad to some other NAs to get some knowledge from the other section, and bring them to Switzerland and share it as well as ours, and to have also international guests here, and developing maybe some ideas on project altogether. This is what makes our network the strength is to be a network, and that we can share together and collaborate more on projects. And I think every project can be improved by talking with other NAs. So yeah, why you should vote for me globally? I have experience in ESN in every level, so I think I kind of know all the structure of ESN works and everything. I think I'm someone with good critical thinking skill, and I think it's something very important when you are NR to really understand what is going on and to be able to give a good analysis of every situation. I have an unlimited passion and dedication for ESN in general, and so you know that I will always be active and so on. I have also, yeah, we will quit now. Good relation with the future NB, no matter who is elected. I love everyone. And yeah, I always have a lot of energy. So I think it could give like a good vibes in the national level as well and in the network in general. And yeah, I'm fun most of the time, but I know when to be serious. But the main reasons as well is NR is something that you really need to connect with people to do your job well. And I think I'm someone that really, it's easy to make a connection with me really quickly. So yeah, it was a meme done at NBT after one day. So to show how it works. But the real main reason why you should elect me for NR, apparently I will not be able to see mascot as national board. So yeah. That's it for me.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open the speakers list. Please raise your hands now. Jas, Gavin, Cecilia, Sandrine, Paula, Jana, Rick. Did I say Cecilia? Yes, you are. Okay. I will put up the speakers list on the board, and you can come in line whenever your question, or earlier than when your question is supposed to come.
Can I start? Okay. Yes, in Switzerland. Thank you for your presentation. Glad to see you candidating for the national board after all this time. I have a question because you mentioned a lot of people from DACH, so Germany, Austria, Switzerland, kind of this DACH, and you've been involved with them a lot, but I've seen no mention of WEP, which is the region we're part of, which is the Western European platform, including countries all the way up to Ireland. How do you see your involvement in this region? Because we do still have some weight. We are very involved generally in the network. And how do you see yourself improving the region in general?
Yeah, so I kind of answer a little bit of your question on Slack by telling which section. So it's not only the DACH section, of course, but also I think the web region is super interesting because, as you know, ESN UK are not in the EU as well. So I really want to collaborate more on this side with them. And I think it's something very important. I said that I really wanted also to continue to work with ESN Netherlands as like we see, we have 2 international guests. I know some people there, and yeah, we continue to want to work with them. Exactly how, I don't really know yet, because of course I have more plans for countries that are just next to us. So the DACH section, for example, I started a discussion, for example, with Volcan, who wanted to organize an event with DACH sections. So yeah, further on that, except UK on the DACH section, I don't really have an exact plan yet. I will see more like by going abroad, meeting them, and see what we can exactly, or we can exactly collaborate.
have a reaction?
I think it's great that you have this like also personal connection with countries, but I think also as a general direction of the region, because as you may know, countries then go to the General Assembly and then elect, etc. And many regions have very like unified stances, and web has been much more divided over the past few years, and it's a bit of a shame. So it's cool to have a personal approach, individual approach, but it would be cool to also have a push for a more unified web, let's say. But that's just a comment.
Could the next person in the speakers list come up? Okay, for the, Cecilia? For the next people, could you maybe come up, like 2 questions in advance, so we don't have this problem?
Hi, I'm Cecilia, ESN Lausanne, Uni Lausanne. Thank you for your presentation. It's very thorough, very well structured. I see that in your presentation, you talk a lot about the pros of being so active on the international level. So I was wondering for you, what do you think would be a con or the problems you might face as a national representative? As I think it's a good thing to see both sides of the question.
Yeah, I think the main con, I would say, is you always want to do more. So if I want to go all the time, it's difficult like to set priorities and to have a lot of time to work on actually what you want to do, you need to do. Like, for example, if I go every weekend to see another NO, it will be like terrible first for me, but also for the network, because I won't be able to do the report after doing it, stuff like this. So yeah, I think the main con would be the difficulty to stop, I guess, and to realize, oh, I need to take a break now.
You. So Sandrine ESN Neuchâtel. So you've been a NEM before, and you as NR you'll have to organize also EGN. So I was thinking, what did you learn from your experience as NEM, like mistakes or also successes, for them to organize EGN or other international events?
You mean to organize the delegation?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes, to organize the delegation.
Because I don't want to organize it here. Yeah, after I see like the work as NEM and delegation leader a bit differently, because NEM you're really like focusing on the organization of the events, and as national representative you are more like connecting like to the coordination between all the people going there. There's still a bit of organization, but it's a bit connected, but not too much. So what I would take from my NEM experience is maybe what difficult question. I try to find something related, but for me it's quite different. But I would say maybe like the way you connect, with like all the people from the delegation, because like before when I was NEM and I arrived, I started like to think, oh, every section will work like in Lausanne. But actually it's not the case. So we start to do it like properly, thinking, yeah, everyone is a kid and don't know to read a message and need reminder maybe, which was not only the case at the beginning when I was NEM, but yeah, I don't know if it answers your question or not really. Yeah.
Thanks. Paula, ESN Bern. So I'm not sure if you'll actually be able to answer this question, but as of right now, there isn't an NR currently, and you are currently an LR and part of the LR community. So do you imagine being able to start, strengthening the LR community already if you are elected in this role?
I knew this question would happen. Yeah, so currently what I want to focus on is to be able to finish my master thesis, and that's my main priority. So for now, what I'm thinking is first, the priority I have from my master thesis, what I need to do at the local level. And then if I have time and I can help, I can help. But I don't want like to be officially like appointed as NR now, because I know that I will not have the time to fulfill all the tasks. So yeah, I prefer to be, yeah, to not start now, just the transition, of course. But if there is need some help on the national level, ask me, and I see that I have time to do it, I would be really delighted to help.
Thank you.
AC, yes, in Switzerland. Dana, maybe one question regarding these, as you said, you're going to be representing ESN on the topics that are also discussed at the GA and at the international level. To your awareness, because as you were an LR, you have also been exposed to these topics. What are the important topics now that you would focus on, that you would really push your consultation of the section around, that are currently happening at the international level?
So for now, I think one of the things I noticed, it was, I forget the name of the document, but I know that ESN International wanted to redo their like kind of document about this general strategy. Is that it? And I think it's a very important topic, because what I read the document and what I noticed, it was really European centered, European Union centered. And I think it's something that we need to talk in Switzerland about it, and what we want, but the international level go in which direction, to be sure that, because I think now they already started like to make it. So I don't know if it will be too late or not, but to ensure that they take everything into account, so they can go in a good direction. Like if they want to get broader, that they take this in consideration when they wrote their strategy. So there is no, how do we say? Yeah, I forgot the name, but yeah, they don't do something that is not according to what they wrote.
Okay. Thank you.
Rick is in the Netherlands. First of all, happy to see that you applied for the NR position. So best of luck with your candidacy. Then I have a question. So the NR and the presidents share a lot of work in terms of external representation towards the general assemblies. So there's much overlap between the two roles. How do you envision the cooperation with the next national presidents, that you're sure that you're not overstepping each other's work?
Yes, so I think, thanks for your question. I think it's very important to work hand in hand. And in any way, I see the position of national representative as a representative. I don't want like to give my opinions or anything. I want to give the opinion of ESN. So anyway, it will be with the national president, of course, but also with the national level and the section in general. But for the work, like real work, typically like going to GA, usually in Switzerland, we both go to GA. And what I will do, I think we will go like with the president, someone else, and talk directly about the topics there, and I will try to do as many updates to the section and the section on the national level, to ensure that I will be able to have the opinion of ESN, not only the national level. And I wanted to add one point as well, yeah, on all the other stuff like NA reports, I will take care of it. Obviously, I think the president needs to focus on something else. And for like the reports we need to give to handle in for the GA, it's usually spread in between all the national levels. So
Perfect, thank you so much. Schnell, national level, thank you for your candidacy, Axel. Wanted to ask you something that was a learning for me for last year. We organized, ESN Switzerland organized the national board training, and we saw that this had a very positive impact on bonding between us, and also the internationalization of members of the network that are not in the positions like NR or something like that. So you're able to make friends also without internationally members. So do you plan to maybe organize again an international event during your mandate? Or is it something that you cannot consider yet?
So the first, I kind of already gave my opinion in anyone, but what I think is 2023 was too early, because we just had another international event, and If we start to do one event every year, it's really difficult for like our network because we already struggle to find OCs for NAs. But for 2024, so early, I think it might be possible and interesting to organize one. I will need, of course, to consult the section to know what they want to do. But if we want to organize an international event in 2024, I would be in.
Cool. Thank you. Oliver?
Just before continuing, does anyone else have a question? Can I just close the speakers list? Okay.
So my question is inspired directly from a conversation I had with one of our new members yesterday night. And basically my question is, do you have any plans on how to bring the whole international event scene of ESN Swiss or ESN International to like the local members?
Can you repeat the international at the end?
Like basically that's the all, because when you're more active in the national level, you know that there's like, for example, there's ESNC battle, there's the visa trip, there's tons of things that you could potentially be going to. And do you have any plans on how to bring that in a focused manner to like the local members?
Yes, so now it works. We started, I think, this year to share like the international NAs on Slack. So for all these events that are more fun, I think it's important as well to share them. I started this semester approximately to share them in my local sections as well. So I think it's something I want to do. In the exact plan, I'm not sure, maybe, but I will definitely communicate it. I think, I don't know if Slack is the best way to do it because not many people are in, and if it's not shared with the section, the people don't know. But maybe one communication way I want to use more it's fun is mails. Here we don't really use emails, and I think it's something very useful that many NOs use. So I think maybe emails can be a way to directly send them to the section, and usually sections don't really check Slack that much, but check the emails a bit more.
Hello?
Sorry. Yeah, Timothée from ESN France again. One question from Musab is how you can integrate a local ESN to international, like the foreign country around Switzerland, like Switzerland is border with France, Germany, Austria, Italy, I think I forgot some. And I would like to know how you want to integrate local ESN with international like Germany. For example, Germany coming France. I would like to know how you can meet Erasmus students or other things.
Thanks for your question. I hope I understood well, but I'm the coordinator of ESN Invitation now, and what I wanted to do this semester to, you maybe don't know what it is, but ESN Invitation is a project I created. It's a project that allows members from the Swiss section to visit some other sections for free. So one way I could achieve what you asked would be like to spread it internationally. I already talk a bit with ESN to me to spread it a bit with in Munich. So it could be one way, but also, as I said before, we talk about maybe creating like a event, like a local platform, but with multiple countries. Maybe if the network is interested, I was thinking maybe to find a country where we can be like, have like what France has with Germany, with sections being buddy together. And I think can be a good way to show them like the international level of ESN and seeing some other sections. Did I answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question.
Mic test.
So thank you very much for your presentation. We can give a round of applause while as you can see, it's 4:20, and we should be doing the next slot for the candidate presentation, but I don't think we want that. I think we just all want to take away. So I suggest we do a 20 to 25-minute break, and this counts the picture. So what we can do is any of the OC here? Okay. They're probably all in the coffee break room. But what I suggest is you go outside for coffee and food and stuff, and then we can all meet outside depending on what the OC says for the group picture. So you can take a jacket and your flag and your mascot as well with you, and we will see you back in at 4:45.
Otherwise, you would go take Boston family member.
You can talk about it. Family is helpful for you.
Do you really think I can talk about it with her here?
It's against the good conduct of both two families. Are you ready?
Not when your name is Eden Evans.
You're right.
I mean, I was expecting everything else, but not the money. Like the gas and all of it.
We're not.
Hello. You continue to.
Okay.
Did you see the new shot?
I don't think so. This one is probably.
Yeah. We can't get into what ours.
No, but like that's what I said because
Non lo faccio perché penso che siano le manovre, sicuramente
Tu voulais interviewer? C'est incroyable de voir Ah oui, mais tu sais, elle était à ESN avant moi. C'est ce niveau de.
In generale chiedere un grande però non odiamo se le cose possono essere prese nella comunità, che sia interna che in Switzerland o esterna. Però per esempio Date non la vedo come è una cosa, l'unica cosa che potresti fare però comunque magari mi iscrivete una cosa. Seconda cosa per quanto riguarda si può fare
Sì.
Penso no, so perché facciamo anche quando non devi scrivere. No, ma perché facciamo il gioco a giochetti, allora non so che cosa dire. E ho detto che cercare persone per partecipare. Come per fare. Per noi facciamo penso o chiedere un grant in skills and employability, ok? Come cose stato voi le fate un giorno di avere uno da voi e poi tu che ci sono tutte le cose, skills and employability potrebbe essere una cosa perché è relativa al ricevimento ci sono anche roba di training, questa è una cosa, e poi fare semplicemente una ricerca quando non bisogna perché questa è una cosa che pensavo di fare con la fine dell'anno, cioè una scelta di voi che siamo già oppure facciamo farlo da soli. Quindi pensavo entro la fine, però in realtà non fare una fase e adesso non è che sono molto fondi. 2 ore. Per fare quindi poter spiegato l'altro e alla montagna e del talento serve 50 e questo cioè non è mental health per gli altri, cioè proprio per sì, quello non è un problema per il quello che ho fatto le lei era per gli stessi, però non è ma fare per me dico magari ti manca loro che non così perché io non avevo parlato con la tipa per spiegarle che cosa c'è da no, nel senso no,
The grass outside of the hospital, is that okay?
Depend on the how well do tonight. You can hold from,
We have years.
Oh, that. There is one from Luzern.
That's why we have. Oh, yeah. It's teacher time. Using photo time. Who are you looking for? Yep.
I don't know if she wants to be in a room with others from November, but I think it's fine. Ah, thank you.
No worries. Just trying to see if someone left their mascots that we could take, but.
No, because they are all outside for the
Yeah,
picture.
no, I thought in case they forget, we could like steal them.
Yeah, but yeah, for the
Right.
picture, usually not, because then it usually happens for lunch. So that's really.
Ah ouais! Ah ouais, c'est exactement ça. Pour ma présentation, ah ouais, non, pour la présentation, on va voir. C'est pas grave, non, c'est pas grave. Non, mais je suis en train de dire, à chaque fois, je dis quelque chose, on va pas. Il y a effectivement, ESN. Je fais, genre, que je réfléchis, je fais, enfin, ouais, enfin, c'est bon, c'est quoi, ouais, ouais, avec un bon extrait, genre, tu dis un bon extrait, on doit voir. Ouais, voilà. Non, mais ça, c'est à chaque fois qu'on le dit, non, à chaque fois que tu dis oui, d'avoir là. Visiblement par rapport à ça. Ouais. Par contre, Nauda, on va pas là pour. Non, parce que Nauda, elle voulait être là pour la présentation. C'est pour ça qu'on a bougé de base. Et là, il faut.
Ah.
Is there not? No. Then we'll go ahead and make a presentation. Je suis sûr qu'il va faire. Je vais vous regarder la fiche même pour ah, attends, est-ce que tu peux le jouer à la fin, quoi? Bring it here and then you start breaking teams. Ça dépend. Mais on peut aller voir si on a des poids là. Non? On peut aller voir si on a des poids là. Correct, politiquement correct. Fait qu'au boulot, il m'appelle Mister Politiquement correct. Ouais. C'est une autre personne au boulot. Ouais, je te jure. Sure. Because you are so. You don't read things about just you.
We're not doing them.
Could you all gain your seats, please?
And I also like. I want to
Yep. Est-ce que c'est fait?
Next slide.
Look at me, please. Please gain your seats, please. So we're gonna, as Laura is not here momentarily, we will move the vice president's presentation further down the list. And we'll start with communication manager by Cecilia.
Hey everyone, I'm Cecilia from ESN Uni Luzern, and today I'm going to candidate for National Communication Manager. Please bear with me, really bad at public speaking. I got a lot of anxiety. So maybe sometimes I'll just start breathing funny, don't worry about it. All right, let's get started. So my official name is Cecilia, but everybody calls me Cecilia or Cici. So please do the same. Who am I? For those who don't know me, I'm once again Cecilia. I'm 22 and I'm from the quaint island of Madagascar. And no, before anybody starts asking, I do not want to move it. Like if I hear one reference, I will leave. So please, if I see memes when I'm done, I'll find you. I'm currently studying to become a food critic, so like that creepy guy from Ratatouille. So I'm really sad I'm not in the Ratatouille family, but it's fine. I've been in ESN Uni Lausanne since September of 2019. Can I please have your attention? Thanks. And I'm still going. And after almost 3 years on the local board, I finally decided to go for an NL role. Yeah, let's recap. 2020, I was cultural coordinator. So it's a event manager in Lausanne. 2021, I was responsible of the excursions. 2022, I was ESN Lausanne's advisory council, but I recently resigned because I wanted a bit of a break from the local level and to prepare myself better for the national level if I get elected. So what is my experience in ESN communications? So currently, I'm part of the local communications team at ESN Lausanne as, well, I don't have a role, but I named myself this. It's Instagram Reels and TikTok manager. So I just make the TikToks and the Instagram Reels with another of my colleagues. And then in October of 2022, which is pretty recent, I became the communication manager for our annual ski weekend, which is at Zinal in December of 2022. So I had no experience in communications whatsoever, but I thought to myself, you've been in ESN too long, maybe you should start to learn some new skills. So I did that. I learned to design logos on Canva. I learned to design like various goodies, sweaters, t-shirts, whatever you want, I will make them. I had to create the weekend survival guide, promote the events on various platforms. So Telegram is our main platform at ESN Lausanne, on Instagram, et cetera, and finally answer various emails from participants regularly on our own because they're very impatient. And in November of 2022, so literally 1 month later, I became the communication manager for our Welcome Week in February of 2023. So that was 3 weeks ago. So I'm very fresh in this role. It's exactly the same task as Zinad, but in a much larger scale because there are 250 plus people that partake in our Welcome Week. All right, so these are the examples of my work so far. Yeah, so watch this beauty. Anyway, moving on. So what are my motivations for this role? So despite my short experience in communications, a lot of people have told me I work well in this domain. Of course, I don't believe it that well, but if you say so, I'm glad. But also, I'm very proud of the work I've done. So yeah, I think that I can seek for a much bigger challenge and maybe bring a bigger impact in ESN because it's brought a bigger impact in my life, like so much impact. People who've known me since I arrived in ESN in 2019 can attest that I've changed a lot since then. And I would like to dip my toes on the national level, even international level if I'm lucky, before I end my ESN career because yeah, one thing that's kept me in this association this long is just how much we can bring to students at every scale. It's really wonderful. What are my plans? So I assume that all of you have read my little candidacy, but to resume, my main focus would be to revamp ESNCH's visual identity. So what Yuri is doing right now, I think, this semester. So on Instagram with a more homogeneous format and pattern in, I hope, regular posts. new personalized and sustainable hoodies for the NL, and merch for the delegates at international events. I think that the visual identity touches like every aspect of ESNCH's media. It's what represents us. And so it would also mean to update the website. So hopefully I'll get a web project manager. I would also like to put into place more efficient broadcasting. I think we've talked about it a lot today. The fact that Telegram and Slack is not that efficient because not a lot of people go on it. So I would like to work on finding a better alternative. And finally, make use of video content because I feel like we're missing out. So showcase different sections through video content and allow these sections to partake in making these videos because I feel like they'd feel much more involved in the national level if we collaborate on a regular basis. What is my vision as a communication manager? So I'd like to bring a brighter light on this position because I think that it doesn't get as much credit as it should. So also, I feel like a more important use of popular platforms like TikTok or Instagram or whatever new thing is going to pop up in tomorrow would help us reach the goals that we've been striving to reach for a very long time, or at least the national board. I would also like to inspire local sections because I think one of the reasons I've been so into communications is, well, Yuri, I know that you're not, like, I think you think that you're not as present as you were, as you wanted to be, but I've seen you at almost every national event and you inspire me, so thanks. And yeah, improve on what has already been done. I'm not here to change what you've put into place, I'm just here to improve on it, so yeah, and keep things fresh. Thank you. Maybe I rambled a lot, I'm sorry. And also I had memes, where are they? All right, well, they probably disappeared. So thank you for your attention. Maybe I'm your future communication manager. And yeah, if you ever have any questions, remarks, feedback, let me know. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open the speakers list. Who has a question? So Yuri, and then Dana, and then Axel, and then Schnell. You are doing the line, please. Ready.
Thank you. Hi, Yuri, ESN Switzerland. Thank you very much for your presentation and your candidacy. I really enjoyed it. I think you did really well. Of course, I'm unbiased, but I have a question. Since you mentioned ordering merch in a sustainable way, how do you envision that? So do you just look at the production or, yeah, what do you have in mind?
Thank you for your question. So I've had a lot of experience in ordering things, like so much experience in the short time I've been in a communication manager. Mostly I think the most important part is to first order locally because most of the things that are ordered far away from Europe, well, we don't have as much control of seeing like how it's going, how they treat their workers and stuff. Currently, I think you've been working with many ways, and what I like about them is that they're literally next door and I can go knock at their door and be like, hey, can I see what you're doing? Which is pretty good. But I think there are probably even better alternatives. So yeah, it's really making sure that what goes behind the scene is sustainable and that they treat their workers well. And yeah, like I said in my, somebody asked me that question on Slack. I don't strive for a perfect solution because there's no perfect solution, just better practices and yeah, just looking for to improve on the things we do now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dana, ACS in Switzerland, thanks a lot for the presentation. I see that you have a lot of great projects and idea for the project, for the position, which is great. However, it's also a very intensive working position since it's continuously throughout the year. What would be, do you already plan to have both supporters that to help you in this position, and what would be the composition of your dream team?
Yeah, clearly, I've learned that I cannot do everything alone, even if I would love to. I love having control on everything, but I know that a team is the only way to go to succeed in the projects I want to put in place. Yeah, I would like to open up several board support positions. So since I've been ranting about TikTok and blah, 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 obviously a social media manager is like my #1 priority. I've been talking a lot with Yuri, and I know that he really wants us to update the website. I have like no clue how that's done, so I know that's a web project administrator would be like very important. And yeah, but for merch, at least I know I want to have full my hands full in it because I know what I want. I know the quality I'm looking for. So I deal with that on my own. But those are the two ones because I think you need your full attention to be able to work on these projects. So I need a team to do so.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, Axel, ESN EPFL. So you will be the one if we vote yes tomorrow for the Titanic Alemannic updates that will help a bit about the communication from the national level side about Titanic Alemannic. Or are you gonna, and I know from your application form that you really wanted to promote the VIM, but from what I talk with the OC of Titanic, I know they are really not compliant with VIM for their events. So or are you gonna tackle this problem?
Yes, Mathieu asked me to explain what VIM is. It's an abbreviation for Visual Identity Manual. Every sense of communication of visual identity that we have in ESN has to comply these rules because, or else it would be chaos. Everybody would do whatever they want. So we really need those rules to be able to have a good merch and also a global visual identity. We want to be able to recognize us wherever we go. So your question is regarding to Titanic Alemannic. I think there's a way to find a middle ground. I don't want to close off their creative side because I know that's what kind of fuels the communication manager at Titanic. But if it comes to having to broadcast this event on a larger level, I would have to put my rules on it. Like, if you want this to be known in Switzerland, then you have to be able to give me these criterias on the posts I'm gonna give. So I won't touch their local broadcasting, but if it comes to national broadcasting, then yeah, there I will have to do something about it.
Yeah, yes, in Switzerland. I just wanted to mention something. I think it's a misconception of what the visual identity manual is. It restricts you a bit, but it's just that I think we envision it as this kind of top-down thing that restricts us, that we can't do anything around it. And I think that's the misconception. We can do a lot of things, just to take care of some minor stuff that we need to be precise about, etc. So the middle ground can be definitely reached. And we just need to deconstruct this kind of misconception of the VIM being very, very restrictive, etc. At least that's what the international level has been showing us over the past year. If you go on ESN International's Instagram, you can see that they also revamped a lot their communication, etc. And it was not restricted, right? So
I'm definitely in accord with what you just said. I think it's a good thing to kind of destigmatize the VIM. At least I've worked with it several times, and like, yeah, it's like it's annoying to read, but then when you get the gist of it, then things get better. And I think I'd like to, if I get voted, obviously, to make sure that the communication manager committee knows that it's not a scary thing to tackle, and it's just one thing, and then it gets better over time, and I'm there to help if they need help. Schnell?
Yeah, thank you. Schnell, ESN Switzerland. It's more of a comment, actually, sorry. Just to recap a bit, my reaction is to the communication channels that you mentioned, that you said there was an issue for the communication channels. Just to recap, for the communication between the national level and the sections, in the mandate 18 to 19 was Slack, then between 19 and 20 was Forum, then between 20 and 21 was Telegram, then between 21 and 22 it was Slack again, so the same as 4 years before. So it did the cycle, the entire loop, you know. And I'm a bit worried that you propose that we change communication channel again, because actually the learning curve for this tool is not negligible for the sections. And I think now we should start learning from the past, from what didn't work, document that, and make a final decision. I mean, a clear decision of what we want to use. And if the sections are actually not consulting the information, maybe the issue is to be looked at somewhere else, maybe in the motivation, something like that.
Yeah, clearly. I also saw, I mean, I've been there long enough to see that we've changed so many times. Actually, I think I didn't make it very clear, but my goal isn't to get rid of Slack. I think it works very well when it comes to communicating from national board to local board. My real aim is to make sure that the active committee members that are interested in the national board can have access to this information, because if it has to depend on your local LR, like your local representative, then I'm scared that if the LR isn't very present in the section, then the committee members won't ever be interested in the national, because they would have never heard about it. Well, if we have a platform that's for them, where we simplify everything, like no using big words or abbreviations or stuff, but like for them to be able to have this information, you know. Because at Lausanne, I think we're very lucky because we have very devoted LRs and we know everything about the national level. But for a small section where your LR is not present, then I think it's very yeah, like it's sad for these sections.
Very good. Thank you.
Rick is in the Netherlands. First of all, thank you for your application, and it didn't really show that you were nervous or you were stumbling upon your work. So your public speaking skills are really on point already. It can only be better in the coming years. So my question nicely builds upon the comment that Jes made. So in Vim, there's quite some leeway or some where you can play with the rules. If you look at the current Vim, what would you change?
Could you repeat the last part?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So as Jes said, there's quite some playgrounds within the Vim rules and regulations to adapt your content to that. But if you look at the current Vim, what would you change? Like, where do you completely disagree with it?
The issue is that I don't really have the Vim really in mind, but yeah, there's something. All right, Dana, if you want to go in line, you can. One of the things that I found really annoying while designing the merch, which is my personal experience, is that when you do like little designs, like for stickers and stuff, sometimes you don't really realize like the spacing there is between like the borders to, and that's really, really hard to make on the small level. On like a huge sweater, there's no problem, you have so much space, but on small designs, it's like really annoying to have to think everything like kind of perfectionist way. And so, yeah, I would maybe put like a bit of a flexible, way to see this point, because it's if it's annoying for me, I think it must be annoying for a lot of people. And we design a lot of small merch like badges, stickers and all of that. So I'd like to look more into that and maybe talk to the international community managers like, hey, are you also facing this problem? But yeah, that is in my personal experience.
Cool. Again, thank you so much for your application and best of luck in your candidacy.
Thanks.
So hello, Daniel, ESN Geneva. Being in a national board, we work with other national board members. And I'm thinking in particular to the project manager, because some of the work of the project manager can be campaigns that you do with social media, because that's what works the most. How would you be open to work with that in that field? Or you like, oh no, there will be so many work to do, and that would be the second plan or something like that?
Thank you for your question, Daniel. Actually, I've kind of had this similar question on Slack, and I think the best way to go at it is I wanted to create a sort of calendar to see like which projects were more pressing time-wise, because I think there are projects that you can take time to work on them and create a strategy plan. So I think that's how I would like to go at it. And of course, I think that to be able to achieve these projects, having a social media presence is key, because I'm sure, Sarah, you worked a lot on these projects, and sometimes we don't know much about them. And I think that by advocating for these causes and for the projects that the project manager works hard on, would be really beneficial. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Before you ask a question, is there any more questions in the assembly? I suggest we close the speakers list. Okay.
Hello, Ceci. Well done for the moment, and hope you will be elected. I just one question: how will you sharing ESN Switzerland as a main player and professional for institutional members and reach them on social media?
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah. Hello. How will you sharing ESN Switzerland as a main player and professional for institutional members on reach them? I need to get it again.
Yeah. Could we write it down?
How would you sharing ESN Switzerland as a main player and professional for institutional, like school and everything, members on reach them?
Let's take a provincial, because I also need to read.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you go like so yeah, can I reiterate what you said, so I'm sure I understand? So what do you mean by sharing ESN Switzerland as a
like when you share on social media, you share something, you share idea, you share opinion you don't share the same opinion for students than for institutional member, a school, office, and everything.
So you're talking about like how do I want the social media to appear to these institutions?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I think like like what has already been said, or like what the questions we asked the president candidates, is that on social media we have to appear very professional because before, social media really didn't matter, so you'd only look like at LinkedIn or whatever. But now I think more and more institutions and more companies or sponsors that we're reaching out will go on our Instagram, because that is kind of like the vision you see of whatever kind of association or institution. So that's why I want to have an homogeneous format, because I think it looks really professional to, like, when you open your Instagram and you see the account, it's very clean, very neat, and then you know exactly that the people you're working with are not just students or volunteers as they see us, but people you can trust and people you can have a conversation with. So yeah, I think I really want to bring that professional look to ESMCH.
Okay, nice. Thank you very much.
Hi, Cecilia. Thank you for your lovely presentation. My question would be that as a section, our communication manager, who also has sport support, oftentimes is a little overwhelmed by the workload, because she really puts a lot of effort in it. And sometimes I feel like it's a little much. So my question would be, how can you be there for the community of the communication managers of the sections?
Thank you for your question. Another thing that I really want to put my time in is the mental health of the community. I know there's like the section manager that's there to take care of that, but as somebody who is supposed to be there for all the communication managers of Switzerland, I think that it's very important to advocate for this mental health and also to talk about it. Like, not only be there like, hey, I'm a support for you, but if I'm struggling, then say, hey, it's normal that you're struggling. This is the experience I'm having right now, and having an honest conversation. Because when you see somebody that seems to be perfect and seems to have everything together, you'll feel less comfortable to be like, hey, actually, I'm struggling. So yeah, just making sure to create a safe space in the community so that we can talk about our issues, and maybe the communication manager from another section has already dealt with this, so they can help you through it. And yeah, just create the sense of almost family where we can help each other, and not just like, hey, we have the same role and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer to your question. Then I will, Daniel, if you want to come up for your project manager presentation. I just need to find the
no, because more lights, just for you. Can still see about though.
So hi again, everyone. Do you hear me? Yes. Okay. So hello, we are here to talk about why me as a project manager. So who I am, my name is Daniel Granja. I'm 26 years old and I was born in Geneva, but from Portuguese parents. And I'm at the moment the guardian of Chronicle, because I'm the only one from Geneva with Elena. So what do I do for like
studies. I did a bachelor in psychology, and since 2020, I'm doing a master's in neuroscience, and 2021, a master's in advanced research in psychology, which are two topics that go closely with the position, as we actually learn theoretically how to implement gender. For instance, we know how to act on attitudes, beliefs, motivations to change norms that will end up changing the behavior of people. During my the method slide. During my studies, I did two mobility things, like one for education and one an internship, both in Coimbra, city in Portugal, where I actually was really involved in local traditions. As you can see up there, my activity in a kind of student music group, let's say. And in Coimbra, I also met some ESNers that I still talk today, like every day. And I have like the HR manager from ESN Coimbra, the president of ESN VU Amsterdam, and other alumni or actual members. I discovered the associative life in Coimbra. That is like a city with a lot of associative life. In the Psychology and Educational Science Association over there. That was my starting point to the associative life when I came back after to Geneva. So I started, like I joined ESN Geneva in February 2020. Sorry, in February 2020, and in April I joined the other association I'm really part on, the ADEPSI, so the Student Association of Psychology. In May 2020, I became cultural event manager in Geneva, and after in September, faculty policies and commissions manager at the ADEPSI, and after I went climbing the positions in both associations. In ESN, I created in May the project manager position locally, and the year after I became VP and keep the position of project manager, and that's now. And in the ADEPSI in July 2021, I became president, and I'm still president there. And I talked about the ADEPSI mostly because the projects we have done and that I can use and transform within ESN. We did a mental health campaign at the level of the whole university. So a student mental health campaign that was used to raise awareness on the matter, but also give resources. So we had like a website full of resources that were well, locally resources, and with other events in between. That this was financed by the Geneva State and the university for a total of 38,000 francs, and is now nominated for an award. So we'll see in May how that turns out. And this is one of the bases of my three big projects for the project manager position. One is to focus on mental health with a mental health campaign. So I make the link with my question before to Cecilia, because I want to like adapt what I already know to the new environment and mostly to Erasmus students, but not only, and to work with the different sections to actually have something that we can implement locally, and at the same time do some advocacy at the national level. Another of the projects is to come back to ESN Safe as an event, like the project is global, and it can be on like physical health with alcohol and so, but also sexual health that we don't talk that much, at least in Switzerland. And the other causes linked to that are the social inclusion, because when you don't drink alcohol, for instance, in parties, it can bring, for whatever reason, can bring some elements of exclusion. And and globally there is a safe part of the project of having guardian angels at the parties and so on. So that's a very inclusive project that I want to give life again, or more life. And the third one is, I called it accessible ESN. It's kind of very a matchup of different types of accessibility. It can be accessibility to information, because we have a lot of information at the national level, at the international level, and also at the different local levels that can be shared better, in my opinion, and turning it more accessible, but also accessible in mobility. For instance, there is this platform, inclusivemobility.eu, that aims to actually explain what the universities have in place for people with difficulties in mobility. And in Switzerland, there is, to my knowledge, no university that fills this out. So it can definitely be a type of accessibility we have to pay attention to. And more detail in the application form. So to put that in place, with whom I want to collaborate. So the possible team, for the project and causes team, there is a lot of potential, because there is 5 potential officers. The one I would need the most would be a sustainability officer, because like you've seen in the plan, that's what lacks the most in my project. But in the other hand, having someone in health or in social inclusion would be nice, just to help in the project I have in mind. And a culture officer and skills and employability would be with the discussions. If I see someone that has a project for that, I'll be more than happy to open up for them. About time, will I have time? So yes, because I'm normally finishing my master's in June and applying for a PhD position in September. And I will be waiting for the FNS acceptation until February. So I will have 6 months more or less without studying, maybe finding a small job, but partial time. And in February, if I'm accepted, I can decide when I start the PhD within a range of time. So I can go more like, depending on what the needs in the national position. And if I'm rejected, I apply a second time, so waiting again. So I will have time for the position. And the main collaborations would be, first of all, the sections, because there is no point for me in planning projects if you cannot implement them locally, because that's our biggest aim. The network and care team, because outside of the project manager team, they are the ones who actually know what the sections need or how to talk to each section, because there is the individual differences, but also the name, because obviously when you have a project, it's good to apply it, and the event managers are there also to apply it. The treasurer, because there is funds and we have to use that grant. The HIO, because like education is a cause, even if it's not in the scope of the project manager. And the communication manager, I talked before, and linked to my question to Cecilia. And thank you for your attention. I think the questions will be after this presentation.
Thank you very much. So yeah, indeed, the questions will be after the presentation.
Okay. Hello, my name is Isida, if you don't know me. Today I'm going to apply for project manager. So, no, sorry, wrong one. Okay. Okay, I have it now. Okay, so who I am, this is my journey. I was born in 1997. I think I will stop to put my date at some point because I'm getting old. I grew up in Sicily, in the slope of the volcano. I moved in Lugano in 2016, started my bachelor in economics and management, and I joined in 2019 ESN Lugano. And in 2021, I was part of NA1 in Lugano OC. And I felt like Alice in Wonderland because I discovered the national level for the first time. I didn't know about it so much because there was COVID. And yeah, then in 2021, I started to be president of ESN Lugano. Currently this year, I'm in the second mandate. And since there was not enough work for me, I decided also to have a role in the national level as a national event manager. And yeah, I now started to work after graduation in the master. Yeah, a little bit more about me. I love cooking. Maybe if you've been to community weekend or NA Lugano, I was in the kitchen to cook. Unfortunately, sometimes I don't have to show these skills because then it's like the main task. So maybe one pro is that I have a good memory. I like memorize everything, basically. I don't know if for the role is something that is, nice. And one con, yes, I'm a little bit clumsy and super messy. If I ask you in Lugano, you may know about this. Okay, so what is ESN for me? I think it's a mutual love, I hope, or otherwise I'm in the friend zone because I really love ESN. And family, not only because in Lugano, basically, there is my sister, that is partnership manager, my boyfriend also, so, it's kind of everybody. And yeah, for me, ESN means a lot. So yeah, people literally jump to help. This is Julian. He's the candidate of vice president, but I don't have the same skill. I try to support, but I cannot jump, so like this, but yeah. So now I'm a little bit more serious part. Why I'm applying for project manager? First of all, of course, I want to contribute to the 6 ESN causes. If you don't know them, I think you know, but maybe you don't. Those are the 6 ones. Then I would like to collaborate at all level, local level to support the sections, national level for collaboration and, to achieve the projects, and international level to have and bring back the knowledge and best practice from the international community. Again, support the local section in carrying out projects if section requires. And yeah, I would like to become a project manager in an IT field, hopefully. So this is also a point, not the main, but yeah. My experience for the role, cooking, of course. No, but like for ESN, I've been I am the national event manager. I'm the president of ESN Lugano that give me a lot of, skills, I believe. I leaded different projects in Lugano, and for not ESN experience, I can say management studies. I had some projects, courses that helps. I'm project manager of another, so it's like a no-profit organization. I don't know if you know Global Shaper in Lugano. It's something new. It's like 3 months that I'm there, and it's basically focused on, if you know, the sustainable development goals. Is the 11th one. Like they try to carry out projects on the sustainable cities. And also I did a project on this topic with the University of Anken in Finland. Okay, so what I did concretely for local level, I was part of the organization of different projects on the cultural cause, city tours, teaching is cultural events, like, I don't know if you know the Ramadan Carnival, it's quite really fun. I was head of OC at NEM for Swiss Rally. That is also one of
an event that follow the cause of culture. I organized a cooking class, Cooking with Isidore. And yes, I will collaborate with Sarah for the National Erasmus Games. And for social inclusion, point of contacts in Lugano. I mean, I didn't create that national level of social media, but I had to use during the national events. So yeah, I have experience on that. Yeah, so there's something missing, but fine. So what are my ideas and projects for my mandate if I will be elected? I would like to focus on environmental sustainability cause. I think feedbacks are really important when taking out a project. I will go a little bit fast, but if you want to ask me a question later, feel free. Then I have a new project idea that I will explain in the next slide. I would like to use also the network with the alumni community because I think alumni had a lot of experience. They are already in the workplace, so they can also give to us some knowledge or how to use the skill of ESN in for the job, and also to know what happened after ESN life is nice. Yeah, of course, the project of ESN Safe. This is something that has to be boosted, and will be nice to create a guideline for events that is concise in one. And yeah, try to make local and national events more inclusive, take care about the theme of an event, for example, can be offensive for some community. We never know. I mean, if we get more knowledge on this and get more experiences from local section, that we can find out that maybe some things can be, for example, not so inclusive. Yeah, so the project I want to talk about is like create a sort of national AGM, like with stands, and basically there is a sharing of ideas and knowledge for skill and development, and as cultural inclusive cultural cause event, an international dinner. In Lugano, we will organize probably next October, there is the Sustainability Week, something like this. So I would like also to propose as a project. This event, of course, will have a OC, so there is a lot to discuss about that in case, you are interested. So yeah, these are my 3 main goals that I would like to achieve. And yeah, first I got in local board, then national level. If you vote me, the bridge, I get in the national board. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentations. We're going to open up the speakers list. We're going to have 20 minutes for the questions. Raise your hands if you have a question. So Yas, Axel, David, Barbara. Yas again. Yas again. Do all your questions concern both candidates? I am most probably. I've been asked. Yeah. If you have a question that only addresses one of the people, just say the name of the people, the person you're actually questioning. Oh wait, sorry. I will show the speakers list as well. Here we go.
Yes, in Switzerland. This is very cool. Nice. Yeah, thank you for great presentations. I think you have a lot of really cool ideas, and I'm really glad that there's again 2 candidates for this position. It really shows that there's interest and there's a lot of potential for it. And talking about potential, the role of project manager is one of those positions where it's continuously being shaped. It doesn't have a fixed content. like many other positions. It really depends on the creativity and your personal also yeah, interests, I guess. And as Oliver mentioned, if he's elected, he would prefer working more on financial tools rather than grants. And I see project manager as being a really good position to also contribute to writing grants within the context of your projects as well, of the projects that you design, because there are really cool ideas and there are so many like funding opportunities out there that really could be explored. So how do you feel about that? Do you think that you'd want to contribute to grants if you're elected? And how, if you've had like experience in it?
Just to clarify, you're thinking about grants externally or within the scope of ESN?
Externally, to get money to create your projects.
So starting by the end, I have experience in it? Yes. The project I presented was done while with the money of the city of Geneva. So I had to apply for that and do all the budget things and so on. And I was in charge of one of the things I was in charge was the part of the money. So yeah, so I still had like this position is more for a national level. So it won't be like looking at what I already know in Geneva. It would be looking at the confederacy. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yes, of course, I would like to contribute. I think as project manager, you are really involved in the project, so you know also what you need, the resources. So that means also how to find grant from external partner. Also, why not collaborate with other organizations? Because we follow process that also other organization have. So yeah.
Axel, ESN EPFL. So both of you mentioned ESN Safe and Safety. And in the two last NAs I went abroad, I noticed they both had a safe team for their NAs. So I was wondering if it's something you want to implement in Switzerland as well. And if yes, how do you think you will implement it?
So thank you for your question. The thing having a safety team within an NA would be a discussion with the OC of this NA. But overall, I think it would be a good idea because I think like in every part, even if it's a small event, you should have someone to go to if there is a need. And it can be a need from like a big thing that could be harassment or so on, to a thing way more simple, someone falls and has an injury and having someone. So yes, I would advocate for that, to have someone at an NA or any other event.
Just a quick question. I think it's not only with the OC, but also with the chairing team, even more of the chairing team that you will need to collaborate on it.
Yeah, as Daniel said, I agree. Of course, something that is both in our, presentation and our ideas. Yeah, I think it's really important to have point of contacts also to understand, for example, case in which somebody prefers to talk with, a girl or a boy. There is also these cases because it depends on what happened. And yeah, but also for the ESNers, for me also on the local level, it's important because sometimes it happens to ESNers. We had the case Lugano for the beer pong in which the participants were really, really aggressive to the ESNers and they were new, so they didn't know also to react. So also that is important. And so the support for me will be also for the local section.
It's working. David, ESN Switzerland. Both of you mentioned a lot of stuff about you, a lot of stuff about what you were doing. And I want to know what will be your commitment for next year. You are local president, vice president, you will work and stuff like that. What will be your commitments for next year?
So thank you for your question. As I mentioned, next year I have time. But if I get a position in the NB, I will just unengage locally, maybe taking some position as more advisor or something like that. But definitely I would not like the times of having several things at the same moment will end, definitely. But also for me in general. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, not local board. I'll try to give my role of president to perhaps Daniel. I will try. So no, definitely I would like to be more 100% involved in the national level, as well national board in this case. For my work, I see ESN like a leave every day, because when I have to work on all the day and then I do ESN stuff, for me it's really a nice moment. So yeah.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you for the introduction. I wrote stuff down, so I don't want to. Okay, well, Daniel and Isidore, thank you very much for your presentation. Hey, whoa. Thanks. Barbara, yes, in the Netherlands. Is this okay? Okay, great. Barbara is in the Netherlands. Thank you, Major. Thank you, Daniel and Isidore, for your presentation and for your candidacy. You were both very eloquent. I am very glad that both of you have mentioned mental health multiple times, and I think that that ESN is an absolute dire need of more discussion of this and more projects. I'm wondering whether you are aware, and especially as a fellow psychologist, of the immense lack of focus onto mental health in our volunteers and board members, and the overall burnout in NGOs, not just in ESN. So I'm wondering, and specifically to summarize my question is, do you have anything in mind regarding mental health in your immensely hardworking volunteers?
Thank you for your question. Yes, and what happened in the international board is an example of that. For me, having the mental health campaign and finding resources locally also apply to the volunteers, because if you know where to go, you know where to go. So if you are sharing that to someone, you must know it. And within the campaign, you can do a double track. One that will be more public on, for instance, the ESN Switzerland social media and so on. And you can have another track about inside, like how do you find help? And that can be several types of help. It can be a professional psychologist, for instance, but it can also be other like types of events, of contacts, of things to do individually that can help you to just a bit turn off what's going on.
Thank you, Barbara, for the question. Yes, of course, it's a point really important, because as volunteer and we do all other stuff during the day, so the workload can be a lot. For sure, my intention, as also Daniel, I guess, is to open the role of health and well-being officer, like this, yeah. Sorry. So maybe through workshop to let understand people that sometimes you have to say stop. You know, if you are too much involved in ESN, do what you like, do other stuff, try also to get help from other members. So yeah, definitely is something that we should focus on, whoever will be elected. Thank you.
Thank you, and please make a mental health revolution in ESN. Thank you.
Yes, and Switzerland again. So my next final question is regarding a topic that I love. So I want to highlight that at the national level, compared to like maybe coming from a local level, etc., there's a much stronger policy dimension, let's say. So basically you represent exchange students on a national level, and you can really make an impact, as you can see with the work that has been done over the years with the education and mobility sphere. But I think there is potential for more. And I think projects are really ideal for more policy work to be done. It's an ideal context. For example, the mental health campaign could have a policy component where you have a survey sent out to the exchange students and gather data that could then be reused and thrown to relevant stakeholders, etc., and then improve their lives on the long run. So how do you, for example, envision a collaboration with the education and youth team, who would have maybe much more time resources, wrong word. Oops. Resources in that regard to integrate that in your projects?
Thank you for your question. When you mentioned about the survey, that's exactly what we did in Geneva. We did a survey from like all the university students, and with their answers and their testimonies, we build up our material that we use. So that's the way we went. And after we took that and we went to the stakeholders at our level, say, hello, this happens. We have this project, support us. And I think it would be exactly the same at the national level with the help of who knows them, actually. But yeah, I think the path is the same.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, of course, I see whoever would be elected as a close collaboration with the education and youth team, mostly because, you know, you are the one also connected to with Movetia, IROS, that at the end are also our main stakeholders. So yeah, for now, I would say the collaboration.
Thank you very much.
As I see there's no more questions, I suggest we close the speakers list, which it is now. Thank you very much. You may go back to your seat. Just so everyone knows, Laura is the Green Vice President of ESN Switzerland, is not here yet, so we'll put the Vice President presentation at the end so she can listen and ask questions on the presentation when she's here. So David, could you come up, please?
Yes. Oh, it's working. Perfect. So, hello, everyone that I have not met yet. So, for those who don't know, I'm David. I'm reapplying for education and youth officer. And so the first one, reapplying. And I present you, and if it's working, it's not working, why it's not working. Okay. Just a little disclaimer, I'm reusing part of the slides I made last year, of course. At least the first ones. So sorry, sustainability, it's funny and I love it. No, of course, I don't know. Yeah. For those who don't know me, I'm 24 years old. Yes, 24. I don't know my age precisely, more than 21. I'm currently doing a master in environmental engineering at EPFL, so coming also from ESN EPFL. I made my exchange in São Paulo, in Brazil, 2019 and 20 COVID. And I'm Swiss and Portuguese, and yes. Yeah, that was a reused slide. Little short summary of what I've done. I started ESN 2021 in September. In the Welcome Week, I became a member. I loved it. I became a local board member of Welcome Week Autumn 2022. I was the head of OC, did not work well due to personal reasons, and I was elected at AO at NA3 in Uster, so not far from Zurich. And yes, a few pictures of lovely people, of course, and yeah, maybe here you can see Shoes and I are not good friends. And this year, what I've done this last year, that's the good question. I met a lot of people. First, I started mandate during the summer, where you can see having a bit of fun with Dana. I participate to the community meeting of education with a lot of people, a lot of Swiss people too, where we danced, but we participated to the CM conference which is for social inclusion and engagement in mobility. So that's topics I really love and I really like. As you can see, for all of the team that were in Brussels at that time, we had amazing time, a good lunchtime too. And participate to the NA in Lausanne. Last January, I went to Rotterdam to see how they're going, to see the friends also, to help them and to provide support. The same 1 week later in Vienna, in Österreich. Yes. And last month, we started the campaign about Erasmus Plus. I talked to you a lot about that I talked not only a bit about that during the board update, so I'm not going. Yes. A lot of love in these pictures, and yes. And my personal life. Oh yeah, the first one. My personal plan for next year, I hopefully will be graduating in September. Hopefully, so we'll take holidays. So basically, during the first semester, I will have time, which was, yeah. But I will take holidays, and these are a few ideas of my holidays that I will do, probably. I will drink coffee because I love it, and I will start a new work later. When? Yes. Yes, there, the work. And the plans for the positions, I will stay a bit more longer there. Yeah. Sorry again. Yeah, if you see, there is Yas there and Barbara, so, but don't tell them. A little disclaimer, these plans I am having is for this mandate, for the end of this mandate, and also the next one, because it's complicated for me as I want to stay longer, to start something and rush it out. So I want to take time to do something. I want to not rush the changes and the stuff I want to improve. And if you don't agree with the disclaimer, oh yeah, this is going to happen to you. Hello, Gavin. Oh yeah, this is Clearna. She was our safety team in Austria. So the plans of my position, that's the important part. About the SWEC, we will have the nomination of the next SWEC, so the Swiss Education Community, which will be very important. And I really want to have a team that looks like me, looks like the needs I'll have and how we'll do work there. One thing I'm really bad and I want to improve is be more active on social media. I'm thinking more about LinkedIn and Twitter because they are the professional ones. And yes, as one thing I was quite bad this semester it's about delegating work, and I want to give more job to the committee who feel implicated, and also me having a bit more time to rest and think about myself. Yes, second one, mobility for all. This semester was about learning how I can work with them, how I can do, and learning a lot of stuff about that. So we will start the discussions this semester with the stakeholders, thinking of mobility at first. And I want to define a long-term strategy with them, with the arrows, to make something really strong, including students and what we have and what we need. And this is the last part of this, my position. I want Erasmus Plus to be back because I realize how far we are from them. And I don't want to be compared anymore with ESN, with Austria about Erasmus, about exchanges. So yeah, so we will continue the campaign. And I told you this year is elections year in National Federal Council. So we have to use that leverage that we have now. And we will use that with the other students and use as organization, because we cannot do that one. Plans for the board, because, yeah. For the national level, we will have the next board support nominations. So all the structures define what's the needs, what we want to build, how we want to build, also helping them, helping everyone getting involved and getting into the national board and board support life. So how all the onboarding, I will have them during this semester, but also next one. And I want to ensure the stability, especially because as president is changing, I want to ensure stability towards our stakeholders, the external ones, especially, and to set it down and having something strong for next year. Then I want to bring the memes back, but I'm not the only one, so that's great. We're going to have so much fun. For the next for you, we will open the discussions about conflicts and mediation, but this is too soon, so we will talk about that in NA3, I promise you, because we want to build something and we want to go. As I said, I want to take time about stuff. I want to make sure this is done properly with your opinion, with how we can build it in a strong way. And yes, the last one, writing the minutes, because people from the national level know I love writing the minutes. And I think I've missed only one writing the minutes because I was too tired. So yeah, and this is me waiting when I cannot write the minutes. So I start writing the minutes. Yeah, thank you for your attention. And yeah, any questions?
So thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions in the room? You can mark Gavin. And we'll wait for maybe more. Yeah.
Gavin, he is in Germany. So seeing as you are the only national board member reapplying, do you feel like you have a specific role or responsibility during and after the transition period?
This is a yes, no question. So yes, I think, but I will develop a bit more because I know what this year of national board, the first one is the year you discover things, you discover how everything works, how people work and how we can make work together. We'll have a different dynamic because board is changing, people are changing. So from that, building this new dynamic is going to be something that I'm really looking forward, but also bringing up the topics that some people have maybe not thought about it, that we have discussed, that we, some people said, oh, some people from sections said we need more, for for example, skills and employability. People asked us, but it was missing. So bring that topic and remembering that it's something that there is a need. So bringing everything, and it will start this semester and end at the probably, yeah, it's a long-term process to bring ideas and bring everything. So bringing that experience, that's something I would. Is that answering? Perfect.
Hey, David. Thanks
Case
for
study this
replying.
time?
Case study time. 1 year after AC Dana. No, I forgot the case study. No. No. It's actually a follow-up of oh, right. I feel enlightened.
Good morning.
It's a bit following up Gavin's question, actually, and also the fact that you are the only one staying. What it is that you would like to bring to the new board, keep as like a good practice that you already had to make sure that the education topic remain priority also this year, and what would you do completely different?
Wait, can you repeat the end of the question?
And what else would you do completely differently?
One thing I believe is I will do different, but because as I'm ending my learning phase, it's also talk more, giving more opinions and not only learning, because learning takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of, yeah. And from now we have a bit less, I will have less stuff from the ESN side. So bringing opinions, bringing, yeah, those feedbacks we received, that we will receive the entire year. How can I do something really different? I don't. It's something that will change with the people, so I have to know them better and to work on the dynamic. And from that, I can see, realize, oh, but this we made good, and we can keep this we're making bad, and we will move forward and change. Sadly, without working with the new people, I cannot say more about that. Okay. But more means for sure. Rick has a question.
Are there any more questions in the assembly apart from Mix? Okay, I guess that's us as well. And then I would suggest, yeah, so Rick is over there. I suggest we close the speakers list after yes. Okay.
Rick is in Netherlands, also ex-education officer. Very happy to see that you reapply for the education officer position. I think it's a very vital position in the national board itself, and for continuity, it's always good to go for a second mandate. You talked a bit about your plans, what you want to do, but I missed a bit what your priorities or your ideas will be that are in line with ESN International's priorities. Think about the Erasmus Generation in Action project or Green Erasmus. Do you have any ideas what you want to focus on regarding ESN International's topics in the field of education and youth?
Yes, thank you for your questions. I will for sure focus on social inclusion, because it's something that really love, I really like, and that's something that we need actually in Switzerland. That I realize that in some universities it's complicated to have a good way to include and fast way to include students and to make them comfortable at the university. That's for sure. About other projects, I will admit that I've not thought about all of them, but I know that green mobility, we will improve that for sure. We will discuss trying, but as I don't know how we can change, because last 2 or 3 years ago, Switzerland added new kind of grants for people going on the change. They can apply for it, and they can apply for a sustainability grant, which increase of 100 francs, so 100 euros. The budget for mobility, if they travel to go and to get back, and every travel there by trains and public transportation. So I don't know how we can improve that, but I want to discuss.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And good luck again with your candidacy.
Yeah.
Yes, ESN Switzerland. I was gonna ask a question and then I realized that it was a bit like taking a bit from what Rick said, so I'm just gonna make an appreciation. I think this year was for me like I worked a lot with people who reapply. So Laura, Elena, I knew how to work with them already, but this year I learned to work with David. And I particularly enjoyed working with him. And I know it's a steep curve to directly go for education officer without having done much on the national level before. But you took the time to kind of go smoothly into it. I launched you sometimes in the wild. I'm sorry for that. But I really, really believe that you've done a great job at learning the whole process and also coming up with ideas of your own and pushing for priorities that are in line with the needs of the students, but also the needs of ESN and the ESN International. So yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to the end of our, the next month of our mandate together. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation and all your questions. I think we can go on with the Vice President presentation right now.
ESN Lugano, Julian. I will wait on my presentation actually, because I think it's so much higher up. Ah, you moved it? Perfect. In case you didn't know this, we have a game. I have it. I'm sorry. No. Okay, National Vice President. Julian Laux, in case you didn't know how to pronounce my name. I will start by letting him know that I'm really tired. And I really applaud all of you also because this is going way longer than we expected, but it's also for great reasons. So I think we can all applaud each other. Okay, now I will do my best. I also made the presentation knowing it will go like this, so it's a bit more chill. Okay, studies in ESN. I was born in Neuchâtel in 1999. Both my parents were speaking German and not that much French, and Neuchâtel is the only French-speaking canton, so my growing up in kindergarten was a bit a funny moment. No, and if you look at the flag of Neuchâtel, you can see that I was born to go to Ticino, because it's literally Italy, but with the Swiss plus. So then I studied high school in economics and law. I also did 2 years of psychological option, which I don't remember. It was nice, but in another life I would have been a psychologist, but guess not. Then I moved to university still in Neuchâtel for a bachelor in economical science option management. Ooh. Yeah, I did it in 3 years. For my last semester, I went to Jacksonville, which is in northern Florida. Biggest city of Florida, actually, like 11 million people, insane. Sadly, it got cut short because of COVID, so I was there only for 3 months. But I think I evolved a lot. After that, this is the confusing part of my life, because I went to Ticino to start a master in fintech, basically. After 1 semester, I realized I don't like fintech, so I changed to digital finance, and I withdrew from my master of digital finance last semester. So I came to Ticino to do more or less nothing. No, I still learned a lot. And also it helped me to get one of the best things in my life, which was joining ESN. It was one of the best things, but also one of the worst, because it was my motivation to actually change my master. So yeah, you gain some, you lose some. No, my main focus now will be to go. I applied for a master in European studies in Geneva. So maybe I join ESN Geneva, who knows? Ooh. But because my main focus afterwards will also be to become actually a Swiss ambassador, because I have traveled a lot in Europe. I know a lot of the cultures. I also can speak German, French, English, and a little bit of Italian. But yeah, I want to, this is my long-term goal, but I'm starting here now, so maybe it will be helpful. Okay, I forgot my thing, sorry. This me, I'm always ready, not that much. If you're asking me, this is my hobbies. If you're asking me why all the pictures have a part of me as a child, it was mainly because of this picture. I was laughing so much. I kept scrolling through the family pictures and I found more. But also because my main hobbies they didn't really change that much over the years. I still love skiing. I did 11 years of ski competition. I actually skied with Didier Cuche and I beat his nephews at competitions. Not all the time. Hiking and nature is where I actually find my peace. I could not live in a big city if there's not a lot of green space or mountains or lakes. I'm too Swiss for that now. And video games, yeah, I have a funny story about that. When I was 2, before even knowing how to speak, I was watching my dad so much play video games that I was able to turn on the computer, locate and launch the video game without even knowing how to use a computer, without knowing how to do anything, but I was able to do it. So yeah, I was. Then of course I have other hobbies like traveling, partying, speaking another language. Hopefully I learn Italian. Reading. I love reading. These days I'm reading a lot of Korean novels, which is something. And volleyball. Actually, I met Chantal, our vice NR, before I knew about ESN, because we were both playing volleyball in the Châtel. So this was quite funny first time I saw her. I keep going wrong. Why am I applying for vice president? In 5 points only. My main thing is I want to give back to ESN what gave me, because I think I have evolved a lot as a person since I joined. And I have learned so much, so I want now to give back all the skills I know, and I know what I'm good for, which is why I'm applying, and I want to share what I know with the network, so to keep making it great like it is now. I of course want to be more involved with other sections, be it nationally or internationally. I think you can see that because I think I know most of you. Sadly, I haven't had that much time to join your events, but now that maybe I go to Geneva, I will be a little bit more centered in Switzerland than Lugano. Little bit. No, and for international events, I went to Web also, and I'm going to EGM, which is really a great place because Web was the moment I decided to apply for national vice president. Because I saw how much the other NOs and how everyone was working, and I was so passionate that I just decided I was like, okay, I need to go national level. I need to go further. Of course, leading the network care and development team, I think it's kind of in the same reason to improve even more the network. And I think I've got assets to lead a team because I'm usually very calm. You can ask easy there, however, about discussion go. No, and yeah, then I have points like challenging myself, because I think we need to constantly keep evolving as a person or as an organization or network. If you don't challenge yourself regularly, you will get stuck. And I believe a lot of happiness comes from changing oneself. Of course, not too much, because then we have burnouts. And yeah, developing and improving skills, which will hopefully help me in my future. Hopefully as an ambassador, who knows? Maybe then I can really start doing with the Erasmus Plus. Would I go? Okay, my experience for the role. 5 points again. Vice President of ESN Lugano. I have joined ESN Lugano in April last year. I have been Vice President since July. If you don't know, ESN Lugano has been an exponentially growing section. When I joined, we were, I think, 15. Now we are 40. So we had to change the whole recruitment process. We had to change a lot of things. We're working on also all the statutes, standing orders, and code of conduct of Lugano, which is taking some time. Yeah, I have a lot of theoretical knowledge from my studies because, well, they were quite varied, be it management, also a lot of finance, woo! But also other things like team negotiation and conflict management. Basically, I think I have a pretty varied knowledge. I worked for 4 years as security guard. I know I don't look the part, but this is, I think, one of the most negligible but most important experience of my life, because when you are in front, well, firstly, you learn to stay calm, because if you're starting to panic and you're the person in charge or responsible for the security of everyone, you're not in the right place. And also, you learn a lot about how a conflict, the physiology or psychology behind a conflict, how to handle it, how to bring someone down. And this is, I think, skills that can be really useful in the network, because if you spend a lot of time with people, you always end up in some arguments. And I think it's really cool. At least I would like it to have someone like me who can maybe notice that earlier and also bring down, make it chill. Yeah, I participated in NAs. This is my third one, I think. One community weekend. I was supposed to go to the second one, but I had exams. Guess I lost out. And web. This is something no one knows, I think. Oh, actually, two things. Half of my life I was very shy. And I started going against that when I started streaming. Streaming, basically, we were streaming video games to live audience and we're animating for multiple hours. And so I did that for 2 years. And when you have to be animating people and making them enjoy for 2 hours and you're alone in front of your computer, you start getting over being shy. I mean, at least that's how I did it, and that helped me evolve a lot. It was also my first experiences in an association, which is still useful now. Okay. Please what? The goals of my mandate. This is all, I wrote it all in my application. I hope some of you read it at least. But assuring the marketability of the network, what I mean by that is that if there's any conflict, because we have had a lot of issues, a big issue even these recent months. So I want to do it so that this doesn't happen, or at least that we can spot it early, which is why I want basically that if there's a conflict between sections or members or basically that it will be spotted, there will be steps taken towards it, transparent steps. Then I have improving the availability of information, because I feel this will mainly concern the sharing is caring folder, because I think not a lot of people, yeah, sorry, I would have speed up, sorry. Not a lot of people are aware of it. And then enriching the interaction opportunities between the members of the network through the network care and development team. This will basically be working with names. I say names because I intend to put 2, at least open 2 positions, and the other roles, because I think this is one of the most important teams for the local sections. Okay, I will speed up a bit. Important Slack questions, because I did a quick resume that could be fun for you. International tools and documents. I only know a little bit of it, mainly for HR and event management, but I will inform myself a bit more about it so that we can use it also on the local level. And I'm open if anyone has some to recommend. I will open a second MEM position because I think it's one of the most intensive board support roles. And by having, I worked a lot with Easy there, one of the current MEM. And I think it is a good thing to have 2, be it for multiple reasons you can see on my Slack answers. And National Erasmus game. Yeah, I wanted to talk about it because I got a question from Axel because we didn't maybe push it enough on the local level. And so I described steps on how we could handle to make this event more interesting for our exchange students. And yeah, for the sake of time, I will refer you to go to the Slack, but at least you know something. Okay. If you cannot read, this is Lugano, Lugano, Lugano. No, why I choose this picture is because actually I wanted to thank Isidre and Giulio because they were two of my greatest mentors in ESN. And I feel like I have to share it. I love you both. Sadly, Giulio could not be here, but yeah. And yeah, thanks you for listening to my presentation. And let's roll the questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's open the speakers list. Laura will start, then Axel, and then I'll see afterwards how it goes.
Okay, Laura, Vice President, ESN Switzerland. Thank you so much for this presentation. So I have a question regarding the last point that you just mentioned, the NEC. The NEC is, as it's stated in the Swiss event policy paper, like the people in charge of it are the project manager and the NEM. So it's not a main focus of the Vice President. And I do get why you mentioned it, because there was the question, of course. But I think personally, we should, like as the Vice President, yes, we need to check that the NEM does the job on the NEC, but it's not the main focus. So do you have anything else that you would put as a main focus?
Yeah, I put NEC because I mentioned the other point in my application, but the other point I want to do is open or do a new event. I don't know if it's going to be national or exactly the terminology I want to apply, but it will be an event that basically would be in the autumn semester. For now, but of course I will have to see with the NEM position what they think, but for now I was thinking about doing something, yeah, basically something that allows more local member, not less board member, because usually they know all the other board members, at least the one who want to interact. I want more local member to actually to get to know each other throughout the sections so that they can then have ideas of doing intersection events. And this will be, I will do this by having let's say national event. But yeah, this is one of my main focus on which I will, as soon as I know who my names are, I will focus a lot on it. Thank you for your question, by the way.
Axel, ESN EPFL. So as Vice President, you will be the one connecting the local section with ESN Switzerland in general, so the Swiss network. And one way to do it is the communities. And for now, one thing that I think is like the people, it's related to the position. And so the people who want to be involved cannot always be involved in a community. So do you think it will be a good idea to change the way the communities work and to have open communities so even active member can be part of our family?
I don't know, because I basically am mainly in the VIP community, so I cannot speak for other communities. In the VIP community, we actually did that in a sense because Arno pushed that the HR managers of the section also join the community, which I think is a good plus because it allows more versatility and just, well, more people, and the more the merrier. This is an interesting question that I will think about it, but I think in case we're both elected, or if not, we will talk about this a lot. I know we already talked about it, but I will focus on the communities, but I don't think it will be my main focus. But I will still dedicate some time and ideas, and I think it is a good thing because we have to find ways to make them more attractive, or find something else to make it more attractive to other members that are necessarily not communities. Thank you for your question.
Isidre, ESN Lugano and ESN Switzerland. Thank you very much for your candidacy. Of course, like bringing from ESN Lugano, you were really, really good and important for our section. And my question is more, you have somebody before you that did an amazing job, that put a lot of effort and so on. So my question is, do you see your role like to continue what she's doing, or would you want to focus on something, different for the position?
I will definitely continue most of the points of Laura, because I think when you do 2 years in board, you know more than someone who just enters. which is already. And I can say to you that the question I answered on Slack for Lauda, I checked it like 5 times because I knew what I was going to get myself into. But no, I will. My idea is to have something. I think in the VP role, you have something that you have to do, which is basic, not basic, but standard. And then you have the ideas of the predecessors and via VP. And to that, you can add your own touch. I don't intend to change a lot. I want to do my plans, but I also want to continue what has already been built so as to keep a stability that I think if you're working with all the local section and the national board, you need some kind of stability. And yeah, basically that's it. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura, Vice President of Youth in Switzerland again. And so one topic that we tackle with the network care and development team is also skills and employability. It's one of the courses. There is the recognition certificate that at the moment the president and vice president handle. But do you have other ideas to develop this topic further?
I have to say I'm not the most versed in this, but I know a lot of people, be it on the AC or even you. I know you are also thinking about a role that you may create for the board support. So I will try to basically still, because I think I have a fresh mind, maybe, of like open ideas for this, but I will definitely contact a lot of the people I know who are more skilled than me, and then together I think we can find a solution which I can present. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Axel, yes.
Are there any more questions? Oh. If there are none that are more after Laura, I suggest we close the speaker list.
Axel, ESN PFL. So one of the idea I had when I was still in my mandate of national event manager, right at the end, was maybe to create newbie event. So to introduce ESN for the newbies during the weekend. And I know that Arno wanted to do it, but didn't have time. Is it something that you will be interested to develop with your team?
I think I kind of answered your question. I mean, part of it on Slack, because with my new idea of event, I want to push it more newbie friendly also, because I think community weekend now is fine. It's amazing, but it's a bit too early for the newbies to actually be interested in and joining. And NAs, I mean, I think you can see it. They are very draining, and it's not necessarily the best place for newbies. It's still a good experience, but it can get long. It can get a lot of stuff. There are a lot of terms and that you have to learn, and you learn on the spot. But yes, so my focus will be a lot to have more interaction, maybe not necessarily only newbies, but more interaction of people who don't necessarily go to national events. So yes, basically.
Hi, Yuri, ESN Switzerland. So I actually just wanted to also show some appreciation. I wanted to compliment you on your presentation. I think it was very concise, the way you formatted it, and also having in mind that this was going to be the last presentation of the day.
I still have one afterwards.
Yeah,
But
well,
yes,
one of the last ones. I think that shows an amazing awareness of your audience, and I think that's a great prerequisite for someone being a vice president.
Thank you. I love you.
Okay, Laura, Vice President Youth in Switzerland. So my last question will be regarding the president community. I mean, you are in the vice president community, but the vice president community works very, very different from the president community, at least as it is right now. So do you feel comfortable with being questioned in the president's community with topics that right now are not necessarily your topics that you handle?
So one thing that I often do and I plan on doing is I love going through drives. I think the ESN Lugano drive, I know most of the stuff. And I think since I am not familiar with that community, one of my first steps was just to go through all the documents available to me so as to get more insight on also diverse topics that could be happening. And of course, I will also also talk a lot about you during the transition. But I do feel comfortable because I think some topics need some ESN knowledge, but most topics are pretty open-minded in the sense that you don't need to be a president to answer, but still, yes. So I think it will be okay. I don't feel too intimidated. I don't necessarily think I will be the best person to do that, at least now. Let's see in a bit of month, but yes.
Thank you very much. And also, again, thank you for the application. I'm very, very happy to see that I found a successor and hopefully it's going the right way.
Thank you.
So that's the end of the candidate presentation. We are almost finished. We just have the main chair presentation, which is also Julian. So you can.
Okay, don't worry. If you can go back to the presentation. I made it simpler because most of my slides are gonna be the same. Okay, in share for next NA. Actually, yes, this is my presentation. You understand this me when you see it. So if you didn't know, this is my life. Okay, I will give you a few seconds to watch the memes if you want, but afterwards I will go over it because I think you all know it, and in case you don't, just ask me a question. Okay. Am I going? No, I'm doing this. I wanted to put a gotcha meme here because to break your expectation. But in the end, I was laughing again too much over this that I could not remove it. Okay, this you know. Okay, why am I applying for main chair? It is a good experience, and even more since I'm going to apply for. I mean, I did just apply for vice president. And I think it's an experience you need to have if you want to be a national vice president. I mean, I had a little bit of it during the president candidate, but I think it can be enough, and I think it will be the right step to prepare me for my hopefully next mandate. Yes, my work as vice chair this time helped me a lot to understand all the intricacy of what it is, a national event, the agendas, and everything. While working with a great team. I love my team. I think I said I love too much. Sorry, I'm really tired. And I can use my knowledge and skills to help the network because being able to take minutes, it makes you become another person. And of course, it's fun. Like you have a microphone the whole day. You can order people around. What is not fun in that? Okay, I really made it short. Sadly, those are not two of my mentors, but like I said, if you can survive two alpagas and not get spit on by them, I think you can survive an NA as main chair. Please don't prove me wrong. Yes, I did it as fast as possible. If you have any questions, do it now. Otherwise, yeah, we have the closing announcement. Any questions? We have one.
I hope there's only one question in speaker list. I suggest we close it. Oh, good. Does anyone object closing the speakers list? Okay.
Axel, ESN EPFL. So for the 60th time in a row, the NA is late at the end. So as you were in the chairing team already now, do you have some ideas how to avoid being late again for the next one?
Like, I mean, the main issue, we had two issues for the schedule. The first one was the microphone issues and also the fact that Arno was in Bruno. And this, because we had basically we had the technical issues that we could not solve without buying new materials. So it could be an idea if ever we need to buy more into Stanley, but this is not I mean, at least not now, it's not like my choice. And the second issue, which is not an issue, because there were a lot of questions. We could have limited the questions more, but I think it's great also because it's the first time I have an NA where so many people ask questions. Of course, as minute taker, I did not enjoy it, but I think it's really great because it shows that the network is getting more and more interested also in the national board. And I may be a bit controversial, but I think I'd rather end late and have a lot of questions than be on time and early, but have to limit that creativity. So I think also the next NA will be less candidacy, so there are going to be way less questions in general. So it will normally be faster.
Laura, Vice President ESN Switzerland. I don't have a question, but I have an appreciation. So thanks again for this application. It's great to see that people are stepping up to this position. I mean, in my 2 years as Vice President, I've done this job twice actually on my own because yeah, we didn't find someone. So it's great to see that people get like to the point to say, yeah, I'm going to do that. It's not a job that is undoable. And also I want to thank the whole city for their amazing job. So please give a round of applause to them.
Yeah.
Okay, with this, we only have the closing announcements left, and that's pretty much done in less than 5 minutes, which means that we are only 30 minutes late, which is okay. Yeah.
All righty. Yeah. First thing is, you now have time to go back to the hostel and get ready for the evening program. But please be as fast as possible because we have one little teensy tiny problem, and it's we can only stay at our venue till 1, and then we have to leave. So the longer you take, the less time we have to eat and party. Then the next thing, we're only providing beer, all you have to sell. And you have to bring the cutlery, Tupperware, and cups to the dinner, and we're gonna wash them apparently. And tomorrow morning, when you have to check out, and then we'll bring all the luggage here, and you basically just take off all the bed stuff and bring it down. Yeah, like that tray where we got it in yesterday, and I will collect all the keys.
Just a question. What dinner or no, it's at the place.
Yeah, it's the laboratorium. It's Surabaya. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, I also have a quick announcement. Please leave the voting devices and name tags here. We don't want to lose them, and we don't need them tonight. Awesome, how everyone takes it off directly. And be on time, please, tomorrow morning. And we have quite a long day tomorrow still for the second part, and we will hopefully finish on time, but this is depending if people are on time also in the morning. You have to officially close the first day of the event.
With all this, I officially close the first day of DNA. So this is now time for a social program and more fun. And then we see you all tomorrow at 9. There are sugar cubes up there, so don't miss them, or please put stuff inside. And yeah, see you later.